What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, July 17th, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. It is our final day of coverage from SEC Media Days in Atlanta. 4 more teams going today to wrap up this week of festivities at the College Football Hall of Fame. We'll be talking all about it for the next 2 hours. We've got some British Open golf to get into as well, as day one at Royal Portrush is underway. We will recap Texas Day at the SEC Media Days. More sound from Steve Sarkisian. We got a little sound from Arch Manning. We also have some sound from the fire hose drinker, Brent Venables, as well. And as promised, the pictures of the resort that I have been staying at here in the ATL. We might be joined by Billy Luchi here in a few minutes from Texags.com. It is A&M Day, after all. So a lot to get into in the world of sports and beyond. Again, our final day of coverage in the ATL. Special thanks to our travel partners at Sue Patrick Audiovisual Consultations, 7-Eleven, and Port O'Connor Premier Lodge. I've talked enough. Bucky, good morning, my man. Buck on. How are you today?
I'm doing fantastic, man. What a beautiful morning here in Dripping Springs, a little hamlet of Dripping Springs this morning. The sun's rising and temperature's down. Very nice day yesterday. A little bit of cloud covering, but it still hadn't got to us yet, BK. The big Hundies haven't got there. I think maybe next week sometime we'll get into it, but it's been pretty pleasant. Still trying to dry out and still search. The search is going on for those missing in Kerr County right now. So continue. Good luck to those that are looking and trying and doing their best, and those first responders that are out there doing their jobs. And boy, although I say it's pleasant, the weather it's still hot down there. Near that where there was water. And now it's receded. It's hot there. It is. Sure. It's just miserable, but the searching goes on. So good luck to those folks down there and to everybody that's donated and contributed their money, their effort, their time. It is, believe me, it is appreciated. But it's all good back here. I generally on British Open or the Open Championship, I generally get up and I forgot all about the time. It's not the same time.
No.
So I just got up. Generally, I'm up at 3 o'clock watching the first couple. I like watch about an hour or two of that and then move on. And I didn't do it today, so I'll get to it tomorrow. But that thing must start at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. If I do recall, every year I'm up at like 2 o'clock in the morning checking it out.
And it's 7:04 a.m. Central Time, and you have guys who are already done with their rounds. So that sounds right. 2, 3 in the morning our time is when they get on the course. And yeah, the good news, if you're a Texas fan and if you're a Scotty Scheffler fan, Scotty Scheffler is on the course right now. He is 2 under through his first 8 holes of this British Open Championship, 2 shots back of the lead. And there are 2 guys that I've never heard of who are currently tied for first place. And that's the beauty of the British Open, because you get a bunch of random dudes that you've never heard of. We have something called Jacob Skov Olesen. I believe that is a Norwegian or a Denmarkian flag next to his
Norwegian.
name.
I think he's from Norway.
From Norway. And then Haotong Lee from China. Those 2 guys are tied atop the leaderboard, 4 under par. They are done for the day, so that is the score to post right now. But, Scotty Scheffler on the course, a few other big names on the course, and Jordan Spieth and Justin Rose and Johnny Vegas and a number of other big names still yet to tee off. So we'll see what happens. But, they are underway across the pond.
You told me Lee Westwood I'd asked about Lee Westwood about a month ago and said, has that guy retired or is he playing the Champions Tour? He said he's on the course out there.
Lee Westwood is on the course out there, and he is 2 under par through 16. Wow. So he's in the mix towards the end of his first round. And I think I just put the hex on Scotty Scheffler because he just bogeyed the 9th. So he is 1 under at the turn. But John Rahm's in the mix. Phil Mickelson shot a 1 under 70 today. He's done. Dudes. So we got some old guys, some bigger names and some older guys kind of in the mix right now. Do you have I know we probably should have done this during yesterday's show because they've already started, so our opinions can be a little skewed at this point. But any prediction for who wins this year's British Open?
I'm going to go with Schauffele.
Oh, back-to-back.
Yeah, I'm going to go with that dude. I think he can get it done. You know, he's played okay, just hadn't played great. This may be just something to wake him up right here.
I like that. Well, he's off to a good start. He's right there with Scotty Scheffler at 1 under par. I think they're playing together or they're a hole apart because on the ESPN app I'm looking at to track the scores, they are both through 9. So they are very close to each other on the course, and they are identical on the leaderboard right now. So I like that pick, Xander Schauffele.
All right, cool. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you once again to all you folks out there that are first responders and firefighters and just community service people. Thank you also for the great job that you're doing and the help that you're trying to provide for folks down in Kerr County and Kerrville, and do be safe out there. As a matter of fact, it wasn't just, when we talked about all this stuff that happened 2 weeks ago, I mean, this thing was pretty localized too. In Travis County, there were some people that lost their lives, and in Liberty Hill, there was a lot of stuff that went on just kind of right around us that was pretty dangerous, in some of these creeks and these creek beds that overflowed. So to those folks, I know that a lot of property loss, a lot of cattle loss, a lot going on. So there's a lot to pray for, and there's a lot to pray about and be thankful for. So, and thankful to all those responders that are out there working their asses off right now.
Yeah, well said, my friend. And the recovery efforts are not done, and they need more help, more money, more time. And it's been cool to see. I mean, you talk about it all the time, Buck. It's one of the first things you told me when I moved down to Central Texas, just how much this community rallies around each other in times of strife and in times of need. And obviously what happened a couple of weeks ago was horrific. And the fact that it's still rained a lot since then, which is the last thing we need, is brutal. But it has been cool to see just how many folks have risen to the occasion to help our neighbors in need.
Yeah, I like this place so much because, I love this place so much after 30-some years of being here, is the fact that they don't have to rally around big projects either. It's the small things, the community things that people just, they just pour their hearts out and their time into. And it doesn't have to be something major that hits national news. It's usually be local stuff that they get involved in, and they get involved in it pretty heavy. And it's all the families, it's all the people. And like I said, sometimes, and a lot of times, your time is more than your money. The effort that you put in, and when people see you put your time into something, that's a big deal. And they've done it like nobody's business around this place for a long time.
Definitely. All right, it's the final day of SEC Media Days here in the ATL.
Who's the finale?
Boy, you talk about saving the worst for last. How about this morning, Kentucky and Missouri, and then this afternoon, Arkansas and Texas A&M. And when I tell you, Buck, this place has cleared out, this place has cleared out. And I think the SEC kind of calculates the way they organize their teams. And I think they kind of realize that not everybody wants to be here for 4 days, especially in Atlanta. I'm tired of this place. Everybody comes here too often around this conference. But
yes.
They got all of the big names and the big programs and the blue bloods out of the way early, and they are saving some of the bottom feeders in this league for the final day.
Oh, are they now?
Well, you tell me. Look, there's no Texas, there's no Georgia, there's no Alabama, there's no LSU.
There's no Vandy.
There's no Vandy. There's no Florida. Like, you think of the blue blood type of teams, you think of the teams that have the best chance to win the conference in 2025. Like, Kentucky, Missouri, and Arkansas are probably going to finish in the bottom 5, 6 this year. A&M, of the teams going today, has the best chance to make some noise. Of course, they were a win away from the conference title game last year, but that was a win they were never going to get. We all know that. But, I guess they're the team that has the best shot today, but it's A&M, the team that didn't get a seat at the table when negotiations were happening between the conference and Texas and Oklahoma. Remember, A&M was the school that wasn't informed that was all going on.
So for Media Day, this is the most successful thing this media event has done. It seems like the thing that they've done right so far.
What's that?
at the way they put the teams.
Saving these 4 for the last day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I'm sure on TexAgs right now they're saying, "I'll save the best for last," but I think most folks with the brain kind of realize what's going on here.
I see your boy over your shoulders still hanging around.
Still hanging around, man. And he did return the Phil Steele magazine that had gone
Very
missing
nice
from our table yesterday. So thank you, George P. Swift. Appreciate your work serving up hot dogs for all those years and now serving me back my Phil Steele College Football Bible. But he's still there. Still there rocking the TSU hat. I wonder if that's going to stay.
That may have to stay in Atlanta. That's nice.
Serious question. Like if I'm leaving town today. If I were to leave that hat on that guy's head, how long do you think it would take before anybody noticed and removed it?
It's Atlanta. I'd give it to the rest of the weekend, through the weekend.
Through the weekend. Okay. The issue is I don't think any workers would notice, but I assume they're going to reopen like this area of the College Football Hall of Fame tomorrow once everybody in the media leaves. So there's got to be some kid who's like, "What is that, Mom?" And then
where's that college at?
Yeah, what is Texas Sports Unfiltered? Oh, it's the most historic network of all time. I mean, we are
leave it there. Hell yeah.
Yeah, we are the first digital, and I think the only digital sports radio station in the country right now. So there's some history involved here.
Now you got it.
So yeah, I think we might leave that, and we'll see if someone takes that koozie that is in his left hand that he's serving up. You see that too?
I see that. Get that dude's shorts though. I like those shorts.
I think it's an apron he's rocking.
Oh, I don't want that.
It's an apron over some pants. So he's got the all-white look, all-white button-down shirt, the all-white pants, the black loafers, which I think he's wearing 2 different shoes, one with laces.
Yeah, you see that all-white stuff, that outfit.
They love that. Yeah, I've seen Luchi stare at that thing a couple of times.
Is he staring it down, thinking about taking it?
He's like, that's a good-looking outfit right there. I'm sure Mike Elko will be like, "Hey, that looks like home. This is familiar to me." So
Billy Luchi, a good guy. He's a wonderful guy.
Yeah, no, Luchi's always been good to both of us, and we played the sound yesterday of Luchi and Dan Campbell. Yes, that Dan Campbell, head coach of the Detroit Lions, telling the story of Bucky trying to recruit Campbell at his house back in high school, and things did not go super well for the Buck. But you did say Dan Campbell, great dude, great family. But obviously Campbell ended up signing with A&M, and the rest for them is history.
Never was going anywhere but there.
Yeah, his dad really wanted him to go to A&M, and sometimes the parents get their wish when it comes to
back in those days. A lot of times the parents got their wish.
Yeah, you couldn't money whip. Maybe you could flip him $100 and hope that he didn't rat you out, but it's obviously way different than what's going on in college recruiting in 2025.
No, you couldn't come. You weren't going to bag. You weren't going to big bag that family. That's not the way that world where they live.
No, it didn't seem like that would have worked. They would have looked at you like, "What in the hell are you doing? Get out of our house, please."
Yeah, that was a good family. That was good folks. Good dinner, good sit down, good conversation.
And then you blew it. The chance for Texas
then I blew
to
it.
get
Then I
Campbell.
blew it. Yeah.
Can't win them all.
No, you can't.
I got good dudes.
Dusty Renfro from Alvarado. I got myself a little linebacker. And I think Mike Adams from up in Arlington got him then.
Who was
everything worked out.
Yeah. Who was the smallest town guy that you were able to recruit to Texas when you were there?
I think it was Dusty from Alvarado. That's not far from where that is.
Okay.
I was in places, for most of the time I was the big city guy, good luck getting somebody out of like New York and places like that. When I was at Boston College, I had to, everybody was in the little places in Pennsylvania, getting people and going to Jersey and getting guys. I was in like Newark, Queens, Brooklyn. I'm like, these guys, first of all, they could barely get out of the high school area, much less go to college and survive a college curriculum like BC. Then in Illinois, that's when I started my Miami trek. I got a punter out of Fort Lauderdale. And I was in really deep on a running back that was at St. Thomas Aquinas that went to LSU.
Did you
Well,
take the punter to our donuts? Is that how you were able to convince him to come to Austin?
Dude, that was easy. If you take him to our donuts, he was a punter. You know how weird they are. You take him in a place like that, it's over with.
That was the first
they're
rack.
going.
First
They're
rack
going.
that guy had ever seen. Maybe the last rack that guy had ever seen too as a punter.
Then, I recruited. I told you I recruited a kid out of for Illinois from the state of Florida. Was one of the all-time great running backs in the state of Florida. Came to Illinois, and that guy ended up being a serial rapist.
Oh,
yeah,
that's good. Good find by you.
No, he was one of like 12 kids. You know, his son is a running back at Illinois, but kid was one of like 14 kids. The most unassuming, nicest young man that I've ever, one of the nicest families, young men I ever met. Ended up being, one summer, the Chicago Trib called me up and they wanted to know if I wanted to give an interview about this kid, Steve Fagan, and I said, no, I don't. I just know I recruited him. That's all you need to know.
Wow.
And it was, I think he's in prison for life.
Well, he should be if that's what he was doing.
Yeah, and and his son is I think his son is a running back at the University of Illinois.
About that.
I mean, a big old kid, like a 6'4". Steve was he was probably 5'10", 185. His son's like 6'3", 240. I mean, he's a big kid. I think he's the starting running back at Illinois.
Yeah.
Big old dude.
His dad tried to make a move on you at any point?
No, Dad was, like I said, really, I mean, like one of the youngest of like 14 kids, and just way out of character for all the times I knew him. I mean, that guy was community service with me. He was doing things. It just way out of character,
Yeah, I guess he wasn't into you.
Something triggered or something has happened in his life that just was bad. And yeah, so I went to all of those kind of places, BK. I was in New York City. I'd say I was, Erasmus Hall High School. I would go in and, I had to go through, before there were I was going into schools that had metal detectors 30 years ago. I'm like, what in the hell is this thing I'm walking through? What is this, the airport? Well, I didn't even think they had that at the airports then. I was going through that stuff and, having to pay kids, because I was driving a caddy back then, that was cash only. I was paying like a kid $10 to just make sure my car was there. I said I'd be here for about an hour. I said, you got off right now? I said, yeah, here. I said, here's $10. Do me a favor. This car stays right here. You don't take it anywhere. You don't call your friends to take it. You make sure people don't mess with it. And I had a kid I'd pay there in New York.
And he took the money, and then took the car, or he actually watched it?
I'd give him the money, and then he'd say, thanks, man.
Yeah, that's awesome. You've got some crazy stories from your
I got crazy.
Past.
I got ridiculous Florida stories. There's stories that I have not even told, and I don't think I can tell. I don't really want to tell, even on this station.
All right. I was going to say, maybe on whenever your career is coming to an end and you got a few stories you want to get off your chest, this is the place you could do that.
Oh, my goodness. It's just nutty, some of the stuff.
Oh, man.
Some of the coaches Charlie Strong, hanging out with him, and guys at Florida State. It was truly the bag days back in that. If you come from a little place like Boston College to Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Dade County, and try to recruit those guys will let you know who you had a chance at and who you were wasting your time. Don't even try to talk to this guy. I don't care whether you have him on your recruiting board. You don't have a chance. Because, by the way, if you live in Boston or Illinois, they're not going to get off that plane in that weather, and you think they're going to stay there. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, do your visits in the summer so you've got a chance. Convince them that, hey, it's like this year round. You don't have to worry about any weather.
Especially Illinois. Kids would come out in the middle of Champaign, Illinois at the airport off of one of those little puddle jumpers from Chicago to Champaign and get off the plane, and that wind would hit them. And, dude, some of them were like, hey, can I flip around right now and go back home? It's like,
they actually told you that? They didn't even
want to talk. There was a couple I had to talk into, hey, actually spending the weekend in that weather.
Oh, my God. Yeah,
it was miserable to live there. You had to live there.
You see why Illinois doesn't recruit at the level of some of the other schools around the country.
No, they've got to compete in Chicago and Indiana and places like that. They have to get those players.
They do.
Life goes on, brother. Hey, that's the recruiting trail. Some of them you win, Some of them you win, the Ricky Williams, the Priest Holmes battles, and some of them you lose.
Well, let's go to a guy who loses a lot. That's Brent Venables, the head coach of the Oklahoma Sooners. And, this has actually been the only coach's press conference that I have watched in its entirety because I was hoping and praying we get another moment like this.
It's been just like you would expect. The fire hose is fully inserted in my mouth here, and we've been blowing and going. And so.
Wow.
Didn't happen. That was at Big 12 Media Days during Brent Venables' first season at Oklahoma. And
Someone
I was hoping
told him he was on the hot seat and you need to chill out, dude.
Yeah, I've been talking to some Oklahoma people this week, and I'm like, hey, how is Brent Venables as an interviewer? Like, does he give you a lot? How is he at press conferences? And they're like, he just rambles. And one guy told me, like, I think they told him to shut up. Like, he's like, because the last few months, his answers have been a lot shorter, and he's just been cutting himself off in the middle of sentences. And he's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure somebody in the athletic department or someone on the communications team was like, hey, dude, maybe we don't need to be talking about sucking fire hoses in front of a room full of people.
No, probably your seat's too hot. You need to chill out.
Yeah. So it was Oklahoma Day yesterday. I did want to play one cut because it's related to Texas. Somebody did ask about the Red River rivalry, the Red River shootout is what it should be called. And Brent Venables has won a game against Texas, but he is 1-2 against the Longhorns. And those two losses were 49-0 and 34-3. So I left the question in here because I think it's hilarious. Whoever asked it did a great job to make sure that he mentioned the scores in those games. But here's the Q&A. Brent Venables being asked about his lack of success in the Red River game and how Oklahoma can turn the tide against the Texas Longhorns.
I want to talk Red River a little bit. In your first 3 seasons as the head coach at Oklahoma, you're 1-2 in the Red River. You've been outscored 37-117 and scored just 3 and 0 points in the 2 losses. What do you think the key is to getting your offense going in those games against Texas, and how important is that game to your program and to your fan base?
Yeah, well, I would say 2 of the 3 years we were, at some key positions. We're in a really tough spot, but I think 2 years ago was reflective of the type of game that it should be and will be moving forward. But we got to play better. We got to coach better. We got to play better. And that's a wonderful venue, as good as there is in all of college football. I've said it a lot. It's better than any national championship environment that I've been in. And I believe part of that is because of all the corporate that's at a national championship game. You're looking at 30+% maybe corporate that aren't really invested. And there's not a heartbeat in that stadium in the Cotton Bowl that's not heavily invested with a little bit of hate in their heart. So we'll get back on track. Look forward to that opportunity in October when it gets here.
That's nice. Good answer.
Yeah, I love the question, though. You guys have been outscored, what did he say, 37-117, which never put the losing score first, kids. Winning score always goes first.
Yes.
That's a rule of the business. And most people don't care. But then he mentions he scored 0 and 3 points in your 2 losses. He's just taking jabs at Brent Venables. But, I think the most noteworthy thing from a Texas standpoint was not him talking about the atmosphere and how much fun that game is. I think we all know, and everybody who's been to that game or even watched it on TV knows it's unlike anything else that we have in this sport. But he said, no, what happened 2 years ago is what the game should be and what we expect it to be. So how do you feel about that? Do you think this year's game will be more reminiscent of the 2023 game, or do you still feel like there's a pretty big gap?
I think what we're in for with a young quarterback is a lot of games like that are going to be exciting games to the very end. This is a lot of these games are going to be 4-quarter games. I don't see a lot of, except for maybe 1 or 2 games that are these blowout, massive, hey, we're in the high 40s and 50s and a lot of other guys are playing. I think there's going to be a lot of teams that will be able to be right in the thick of things. And I'm not saying Texas wins by field goals or they're waiting for a field goal to win. I think they'll have some nice wins, but I think a lot of games will be decided, mid, third quarter, fourth quarter. That'll be exciting for fans. I know a lot of people like blowouts where you crush. My cousins like those an awful lot. But I think what the fans will see are a lot of really good games and a lot of good football games in the SEC. Once we get to SEC play, that are going to be dogfights every week. I like that. I mean, I like that for the team as you build through the season. and especially this season, I like it. So when you get to those Georgia, Arkansas games, when you get to those games, now you're battle tested. You're not just running over people and wondering what's going to happen when you get into a dogfight. I think a lot of games will be dogfights, and that's fine as long as you win them.
Right. Well, let me ask you this. The current look-ahead line for Texas OU in 2025 is Texas minus 10.5. So, that's a lot of points. Oklahoma is expected to be better this year. So, sitting here.
That line will change early in the season, with the Ohio State game, with Oklahoma playing Michigan. That line will change drastically in those two ball games for either team.
Drastically?
I think so. If Texas goes out and beats Ohio State, and even if Oklahoma would beat Michigan, I think that line from that 10.5 BK could go to 13.5.
Yeah, I guess that's fair, right? Because each team will have played 5 games before. So
yeah, if Texas can win the opener against Ohio State, and I don't give a shit if Oklahoma beats Michigan, that's not going to be a huge accomplishment. But I think the line will shift in Texas's favor to. 2 more points is huge in that game.
For sure. Yeah, look, if Texas is 5-0 and Oklahoma's 3-2 with losses to Michigan and Auburn, then you're right. The line probably goes from 10.5 to 2 touchdowns, maybe even more than that.
Yeah, you're right.
Obviously,
I didn't even think about that. You're right. If they lose 2 of those, look out.
Okay, if Oklahoma's 5-0, which I think they're going to be favored in their first 5 games of the year, and God forbid, Texas is 3-2. Like Texas loses on the road at Ohio State, and they lose the SEC opener at Florida. I don't think that's going to happen. That's obviously worst case scenario, but then the line changes. And I would still think Texas would be favored because of what the line is right now. But obviously,
I would say 9 points, probably 9 if they're both undefeated.
Oh, if they're both undefeated, yeah. But if OU's 5-0 and Texas is 3-2, then it might be like a field goal or less than that.
It could be 3. I think Texas would still be favored by 3.
Yeah, but you're right. We'll see. That line could change. But right now, again, we're 3 months away from this game. But any early thoughts on how Red River is going to shake out?
Yeah, I still think Texas wins by 10 or more.
Okay. All right.
And this is for me early, but once again, you've seen more of Mateer than I've seen of him. I just know the last couple guys under center were so bad, and offensively, this group has been so terrible. They're generally a dynamic offense. Somehow, some way, they find it. I don't know. Can they flip the switch in a year? When you're losing, when you're trying to still figure out who your wide receivers are, they were so banged up you couldn't get one on the field. You couldn't find a running back. You had an offensive line that's generally pretty damn good that was just horrible. Offensively, that was just a nightmare for the entire program last year. And they got to replace a kicker. They got a lot of stuff going on the side that's got to score a bunch of points. And against this Texas defense, if you're just kind of floundering in the water, you could get beat up pretty bad. So I would expect. I don't see the Horns as going out and throwing 30-some points on them. I see them getting even if they get into the mid-20s, I don't know where Oklahoma scores. Their offense is going to come from. If the kid is not the one that they think he is. If he ends up being the same guy that was throwing picks down in the Alamo, the Alamo Bowl, and he's that kind of guy that gets to this conference and he's just running around for his life, the SEC guys will catch his ass and slam him to the ground. You know that.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. If 2025 John Mateer is 2024 Jackson Arnold, then Texas might win 34-3 again in Dallas. So I think
in that game, that's a funny game. You talk about games that can be rivalries, but that game also has a tendency, if it gets out of hand, could really go the other. That momentum swing, if you don't grab it back, it can sink you, and it can sink you by 2 or 3 touchdowns. And all of a sudden, you're down 17 points. And there have been times where a team will score, and then all of a sudden you're only down 10 and you're right in the thick of things in the fourth quarter. But you could also get down 21 and never return,
Sure. Yeah, I think the momentum swings in that game are bigger than they are in just about any game in the sport because, again, the atmosphere, just one side's going nuts with everything you do, and you can just feel it, like the energy in the stadium just completely shifts when things are going right for one team and wrong for the other team. So, yeah, if you're able to get that crowd on your side, it just feels like it snowballs into.
Yeah, I just think I believe there'll be so many really good games. We'll be trying to figure out what's the Longhorns and how many points do they score in a lot of these games, and are they going to be in the 40s? And has this team got that kind of offense going on? I think this is a team you're going to see an awful lot of the 30s, in the high 20s. But with this defense, you can play that. You can do that. You can score 28 points, 31 points, and still, you're going to be right in the thick of things against everybody in the SEC if you play defense the way they play. So I expect a lot of good games. I don't know. And once again, I don't think there's going to be an undefeated team, but you're going to be in the fourth quarter. I don't think you're going to be like taking off and going home. I think you'll be watching it to the bitter end.
Yeah, I don't think Texas is going to get blown out in any game this year. I think they'll blow some teams out on their schedule, but this team's too talented to lose like that. And I'd love this offense to get to 40 points per game. Like they've been knocking on the door the last couple of years, but if they could take it to 40 this year, then that's obviously a good sign. And the Longhorns make it over that semifinal hump and win a national championship. So they've been good.
With the quarterback and the quarterback run, as I said, there are going to be times when that dude is going to see a spot that goes from the 18-yard line and he could throw, and there's a gap over there where somebody didn't keep containment, and he's there. He's just going to go. He's going to do, like I said, what he's been doing since high school, and he's going to put some points on the board with his feet. So, but I still see them low 30s, 32, 34 points a game. And once again, I'm going to put it. I haven't, for 2 years, on the second year, I said, I don't know if they can do it defensively, but as we look at this team and, as we talk about it, as the season gets underway, damn, they're good. They're going to be good on defense again. So I don't expect them to be giving up, 36, 38 points to anybody.
Yeah. The last 2 years, in 2024, Texas scored 33 points per game. In 2023, they scored 36 points per game. So a little bit of a drop off. You also had a couple of rule changes that sped up pace of play last season, making it a little tougher, and those rules are still in place this year. So it's a little tougher now to get to that magic 40 number per game than it used to be. But to your point about Texas,
we want to see more touchdowns and field goal attempts.
Oh, of course. And to your point about the Texas defense, that might be the difference between 33 and 36 points is Bert Auburn's not doing anything right last year. I don't know why I called him Auburns. There's only one of him. But the defense last year, 15.3 points per game allowed. 2 years ago, 18.9 points per game allowed. So they took a step up, which was a very pleasant surprise, honestly, moving to a tougher conference and playing some of the teams that Texas played in the college football playoff, like the fact that the defense posted better numbers in 24, despite all they lost from the 2023 team too. That was great. And hopefully they're, 18.9 isn't bad, but 15.3, that's elite. That's got you amongst the top defenses in college football. So it would be nice to be there again this year.
Yeah, if they're in that elite category, it's going to be there'll be some games where they'll win by 2 touchdowns, and fans will still be disappointed. Oh, that's not enough. We should have beat them by 28. But there'll be some tough games in the SEC. If you knew they were going to beat Florida by 14, you take it right now today and say, okay, that's good. If you knew they were going to beat them by 10, you take those kind of wins. I know you want them. You want to steamroll teams like that.
Yeah, you take wins,
and they
especially.
Could.
Yeah, you
and
could. You could. Look, my cousin doesn't touch Texas games, so
no, you're right.
For some teams, they only win by 6. Come on, we can't get that to 7. What are we doing here?
Right.
But if Texas, the Texas Florida look ahead line right now is Texas minus 6.5. If Texas wins that game by 6, I will be very, very happy. Because you take your wins. You take your wins in this league, and especially on the road, you take your wins wherever you could get them. So, look, I think in the expanded playoff era, obviously the BCS days and the 2-team national championship days, style points really mattered. In the 4-team playoff era, style points still mattered. In the 12-team playoff era, if you're 9-3, style points are going to matter. But if you win 10 games, you win 11 games, even if they're all very close, you're going to make it. So, obviously, you want to steamroll teams. You love those stress-free Saturdays. There's nothing better than a stress-free Texas football Saturday. But you just win. You survive in advance, and that gets you to the playoff, and that gives you a chance to win it all.
In the Big Ten in the SEC, if your numbers are 10-2, 11-1, maybe even 9-3, you're in. There shouldn't be. Forget the style points. If you beat some teams in your own conference, if you beat the Arkansas of the world, even though they're crap, you beat them by a touchdown, you're going to be in. You're not going to have to worry about style points in this conference.
No, if you win double-digit games with the schedule that Texas has this year,
Sure.
then you're going to make it. Like, obviously, people will be dunking on you. Oh, you only beat Vandy by 7. You only beat
Oh, yeah.
Mississippi State by 3. Whatever. Like, if you win double-digit games, the rest of the stuff isn't going to matter that much. So
Absolutely. You go to Kentucky and you win by a touchdown. People are going to go, that's not good for you. Really?
And I'll say,
really?
Suck on D's.
Yeah, really. This W, I'll take that and get the hell out of there.
Yeah, take this W. Like Jameis
Once
Winston.
again, like I said, remember there's going to be a lot of teams fighting for their coach if they like the coach, or there's going to be teams that are going to get that added, I want the same guy around here. I want my same coach to be around because I'm the starter this year. I don't need to have a new coach that I got to go play for. I want this guy around. We're going to fight like hell for him. There's going to be a bunch of those games, it looks like, on Texas' schedule.
Well, that's a perfect transition because we'll do a couple of sponsor shout-outs, but after that, I want to talk about the 4 teams that are being represented in Atlanta today. 3 of the 4 teams that are going are on Texas's schedule. I think 2 of the teams have a coach on a very hot seat. A&M's the 3rd team. I don't think Mike Elko's on a hot seat, but obviously it's a big year, too, for him in College Station. So we'll dive into the 4 teams that will be here today.
Okay.
But before we do that, Buck, how about some sponsor shout-outs?
Well, one of your great sponsors, your travel sponsors, Sue Patrick, Jay Willems and the gang over at Sue Patrick, the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and they've got tons of Texas-themed gifts and items there just for you. They got a huge variety, folks, of men's and women's clothing. They have got it. Believe me, they've got the polos, the wonderful golf polos. They offer free shipping on online orders over $49 and free curbside pickup as well. But they also have great parking at 5222 Burnett Road. You don't have to stress about the heat, and I got to walk 3 blocks to get there. You park right there in a lot and just cross the street, and you are there. And they've got it all. They've got everything that you're looking for. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information. I haven't mentioned in a while, you know what they still have? The Jelly Cats, folks.
Oh, yeah.
Let's not forget the Jelly Cats. They've got tons of those, and they've got this new book. That's right, by Admiral McCravens. That's right, Conquering Crisis. I'm already halfway done with this book, folks. Halfway. That's right.
Why do you have a couple of used Kleenex in there? What's going on?
Oh, no, those are my bills. Those are my bills that are in here for markers. Page markers.
You're not paying your bills. You're just using them as bookmarks.
This one right here, Conquering Crisis. Folks, I would say this is a great read right here. This may be the best. It may be even better than Make Your Bed, and that's saying a lot. This one's really good.
I like that. Yep. Shout out to Sue Patrick. Love them. We'll be out there soon doing another live broadcast, but thanks to them for being one of our great travel partners here for the ATL. Another one of our great travel partners is AV Consultations. We are 44 days away from Texas, Ohio State. Oh, yeah. The season is right around the corner. Fall camp starts in 2 weeks.
Yes.
So you're running out of time to call AV Consultations to get your home TV setup done before kickoff for the 2025 season. AV Consultations has been hooking up Central Texas since 1988. The Bucks got the 85-inch screen. I've got the 4 TV setup at home. Tom McKay and his crew has hooked up just about everybody on TSU. They can do the same for you, whether it's the man cave thing that I've got, the big screen setup that the Buck has. If you want that home theater room with the badass Sonos surround sound, all of it is possible with audio-visual consultations. Just give them a call, 512-255-8678. Again, 255-8678. Check them out online. You can see the gallery of projects they've done over the last almost 4 decades at avconsultations.com.
A big shout out to Mike McCall and the gang over there at McCall Custom Homes. Mike had his tools stolen out of his truck, BK.
No way.
Yeah, in his neighborhood. In his neighborhood. Which, what a bunch of creeps. I mean, really. And that's somebody that knows what he does for a living. He's got that, obviously they got that monster toolbox in the truck, and he's got all his stuff ripped off over last weekend, I believe. And that sucks. And they told my guys doing a great job. They have come and hooked up. My wife and I did some renovations in the back of our home. They got that done, and they helped me out with a little walkway to get washed away. And they continue to want to know anything that I want to have done. And I'm soon going to have my little putting green for my grandkids done here at the end of this month. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited about the work that they do, whether it's a bathroom, whether it's a an upstairs room, an addition to your home. They do fantastic work, folks. They really do.
Yeah, shout out McCall Custom Homes and shout out centextickets.com. Speaking of fantastic work, they do fantastic work, making it easier than ever to buy tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, any festival, anything you want to attend in person. You can get tickets at centextickets.com. Don't forget the promo code CENTEX10. You type that bad boy in at checkout, you're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase immediately from centextickets.com.
Great.
All right, it's the final four, the last four teams to speak at SEC Media Days in Atlanta. We've got 2 this morning and then 2 more this afternoon before things wrap up from the College Football Hall of Fame. We will go in order. We'll spend more time on the afternoon teams than we will on the morning crew. But Kentucky and Mark Stoops will be here first today, Buck. Last year, the Wildcats went 4-8. They went just 1-7 in conference play. Their only SEC win was at Ole Miss. They almost beat Georgia early in the year. They lost that game by 1 in Lexington. Then a couple weeks later, they went on the road as a 15-point dog and pulled off a huge upset of a top 10 Mississippi team. At least at the time, they were in the top 10. And then, that was their only conference win the entire year. Their Vegas over-under for 2025 is just 4.5. So not a lot of folks super high on Big Blue Nation. Where are you at with this Kentucky squad?
You know, they lost an awful lot on defense. You know, they had a bunch of guys drafted. That was a pretty good defense that they had last year. I just don't see them being able to score enough. And, you know, Mike Stoops is just – it's too bad. I mean, he's really built that program. You know, he had a couple years where he was winning a bunch of games, getting to bowl games, doing some good things with Kentucky. It's not – he made it into a little bit of a football school. He really did. His recruiting had picked up. But once you lose a whole bunch, all of a sudden it's not going to be a consistent year-to-year thing with him. And now they've gone 2 years not being consistent enough, and expectations, you know, his success, I mean, he's that has hurt him, all the success he's had. You'd think that they would be so satisfied with a guy like that. Well, they're not. They're not satisfied. They think that program should be a lot more than it is. So I don't know. I think it's a hard year for them. I really, really do. I think they've got their first 4 games, BK. You know, they got Toledo. They've got to beat. You know, they got some MAC teams that they have to beat them. They can't lose to the MAC. They've got to beat Toledo. You know, Ole Miss, they got them at home. Eastern, they're at home. They got 3 straight games at home. And then the South Carolina will start. That will start the tumble for them, I believe. It really, really will. Things will start to tumble downhill for them. They'll be excited, I think. Even playing Ole Miss, I think they'll be in a game against Ole Miss. But then after that, it just starts to – I mean, it shoots downhill in a hurry. And they're going to be calling for that dude's head in about game 6.
Yeah, that's pretty wild that Kentucky Ole Miss game that you're talking about is week 2.
Yes.
That's the only SEC game in week 2. Obviously, there are none in week 1, but that is obviously very early for a conference game. And
that's a huge game for them. If they come out beating, of course, they should beat Toledo, but who knows? Yep. But that's a huge game for them in week 2 because nobody knows. What does Ole Miss have? We know they're going to buy a couple guys. You know, they lost a bunch of themselves on defense. So that's one that Stoops and his staff will be fighting like hell to win.
Yeah, the good news for Kentucky is, well, they beat Ole Miss last year. And the other good news for Kentucky is this year the game's in Lexington.
Yes.
But, yeah, I mean, I think Kentucky's going to be a home dog in that one. I'd probably pick Ole Miss to win. But I agree with you. I think it is a big game for Mark Stoops to kind of get things back on track. But it's a double-edged sword for a team like Kentucky. Like Mark Stoops is the best coach that they've ever had. He's their winningest coach in program history. I mean, they won 10 games in 2021. Like that's where a crazy stat that I'm looking at in Phil Steele right now. They finished second place in the SEC East in 2021.
Right.
It's the first time they've ever done that and the only time they've ever done that. So it's like with Mark Stoops, 4-8's not good. And since then, they haven't been very good. But, for them, that's it's a double-edged sword because I don't know if the grass is greener if you move on from Mark Stoops. Obviously, he flirted with A&M. I don't think Kentucky fans love that very much. And then last year, things really fell apart. So I think they're kind of ready to be done with him. But it's a precarious situation, I think, for Kentucky.
Yeah, they got Mark Stoops kind of spoiled them. That's what happened.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, I think the biggest question with them is, are they the worst team in the league? I think it'll either be them or Mississippi State, who is picked to finish last when the preseason poll comes out later today or tomorrow. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with Kentucky. But we've got a special guest.
Is it a good job? I don't know if it's a good job, but it's a good job that a lot of young coaches would love to have.
Yeah.
You know, if they're taking a step up, what a great. I mean, any job in the SEC is a step up from a lot of jobs. And so they'll find somebody. It's not like they can't find a good coach after this or an up-and-coming young coach, because Mark Stoops is not like a youngster just coming onto the scene anymore, you know?
No, it's his 13th year at Kentucky, and obviously was an assistant coach a long time before that. So,
yeah, did you get to be at a place for 13, 14, 15 years? That's a pretty good run before they run you out or you leave. I mean, that's a good run.
How about this stat, too? One more on Kentucky here. They have just 2 winning seasons in SEC play since 1977. Like that is unbelievable. Texas is going to have that in their first 2 years in this conference. Kentucky's obviously been in this league forever. 2 winning seasons in SEC play since 1977, Buck.
Now, I mean, and Mark Stoops is the winningest coach in the history, and that history includes, I think, Bear Bryant. Does that not include the Bear?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. So, Billy, we're ready for you, sir. If you're good to go, we've got a special guest joining us here.
Nice.
And it's pretty fitting after the sound we played yesterday, the hilarious story of when you tried and failed to bring Dan Campbell to Austin.
Let's just not call it a failure. Everything is not a failure.
Well, it wasn't successful. I mean, you didn't get him, right? So it's either
No.
you succeed, you get the kid to sign, or you fail and you don't. And it's even worse when he goes to your biggest rival. Joining us here in Atlanta, Buck, I'll introduce him, and then we'll continue the story. The great Billy Luchi from Texags and Texags.com. What's going on, brother?
Great. What's up, Bucky?
Billy, how are you, man?
I'm good, man. Long time no talk.
Let me tell you, it's good to talk to you. It's always a pleasure to talk with you, man. You've always been good to me. It's always good to hear from you, talk some Aggie football. Since I'm part Aggie, every Longhorn, including the guy beside you now, thinks I'm part Aggie. I don't know where that all came from, but you know, that's all right. You know, I'm about Texas. That's what I'm about, the state.
They say I've got a love-hate relationship with the with the Longhorns, and some of the Aggies say I'm too nice. And then some people say I'm the villain. So I don't know which one it is, but I always love chopping it up with my Longhorn brother. And you and I have known each other a long time. So,
you know, as long as they're talking about you, Billy, that's what matters. As long as they're still talking about you, that's what matters.
Exactly. And that Dan story, let me tell you, you know, you and I have rehashed that before on one of the shows. Yeah. But Dan, I just remember he tells that story. And so I believe you were set up. I believe that I've known Larry Campbell since, you know, for as long as I've known Dan. And, you know, even in that story, Dan was saying he wanted me at A&M. I think him and RC might have conspired on that one, you know, where RC came in and said, you know, like that. I feel like that was a setup.
Yeah. You know what, Billy? RC was laughing. He said, they're sending who where? That's exactly what he said. They're sending Bucky Godbolt out there. Are you kidding me? He hadn't have a chance. I mean, I made more left and right turns and cattle gate. I would cross more little things to get to their home. And what a pleasant evening that was. What a wonderful family. What a wonderful dinner. A good time spending with them, because it was talking all about family there. We very seldom even talked about the school. We talked about family stuff, you know. And it was except for that, it was close to getting dark there when I saw the black deer. It was okay. It was kind of spooky. I didn't know if it was a bear or deer or whatever, but
their country out there. I know you guys go, you know, anywhere to find a recruit, but I think he's the first and last that I can remember from Glen Rose or Meridian or wherever that was.
Yeah, black deer. We showed a picture of a Spanish goat yesterday, and Billy, it looks nothing like a black deer, and our listeners were letting Bucky have it.
I tried to defend you, and I was like, I think I would do the same. And Dan said, no, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. I go, okay. And he's like, even you would have recognized him.
That's pretty funny.
You know what? I didn't want to call it some kind of mountain goat because I'm not in the mountains. I would have sounded worse if I said that's some kind of mountain goat hanging out there. But it was huge. And I tell you what, Billy, while I was screwing that up, I spent all my time trying to get Dusty Renfro from Alvarado. So it worked out.
Dusty Renfro.
It worked out. It was okay. Well,
That's pretty funny.
I remember the days of Renfro and who was a linebacker from El Campo back then that was at Texas. Gosh, somebody will
someone will
linebacker from El Campo was Renfro, him and yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good after all these years though that story is still talked about.
And it was also an awful lot, with
Tyson
that
King
and recruiting back there. It was, I was telling BK, it wasn't about, it had nothing to do with no NIL. How much money can you get from any university? It was just a fact. His dad, that kid wasn't going anywhere but Texas A&M. His dad was really, really. That was during the time, Billy, when parents had some say in where their kids were going to go to school.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. Yeah. Now it's. I'm glad that I cover recruiting from the 30,000 foot level where I'm kind of big picture and where it's going. I've got my squad that does the day-to-day going to the high schools and all that. Sure. And it's just such a moving target now. Like the athletes and sometimes whether it's the athletes, whether it's the parents, whether it's the agents, whether it's the coaches, whether it's the collectives, like everybody's the rule makers.
Yes.
Everybody, there's like 5 different targets moving at all times. Those little fun house things where it's what it feels like. And I think it's just unfair and a disservice to everyone.
Yeah.
It really is.
Every time you think you got to figure it out too, something changes and it flips the whole thing on its head. Well, while we've got you, Billy, would love to talk about Texas A&M for a few minutes. Like this is probably the Texas fan in me who has this take, but I think it's a big deal, and I think it's a little weird that Marcel Reed is not going to be here today.
Yeah.
Of the 16 teams in this conference, everybody who has a returning starter at quarterback brought their quarterback except Texas A&M. Am I overlooking into things by thinking it's a little weird and peculiar that Marcel Reed is not in Atlanta this week?
So I think I know why. And I think I know exactly what Elko will say today because I know him. But when I've been asked that question from the minute I got here to, the minute it was announced on our own board, to the minute I got here to 7:30 this morning with Burns and Doring on SEC Network to just now with you, when everyone's asking it, you have to be honest with yourself and go, okay, it is an attention-grabbing omission.
Mm-hmm.
It obviously is because it's what everyone's asking me about. So you can't just say no. But I will say this: knowing Mike Elko and Bucky, this with like head coaches, they have a way about them. When we were trying to predict who would come here, who would be the 3 players, we were at lunch one day, like a little Texags lunch, like 4 or 5 of us, and we were going through, and we kind of consensus thought, I don't think maybe one of the 5 thought Marcel. And I personally had him 4th or 5th. I was thinking of Albert Regis, but then I was thinking of, Trey Zune, who didn't come, but he came last year. I knew he'd bring his captains. Zune, Armaje Reed Adams, Torian York. I thought those would be the 3.
Yeah.
And then I was like, Albert Regis has captain about him, like on that team.
Sure.
And then I go, Will Lee was the best player in the spring and is going to be on some all conference teams. And then there's Marcel.
Mm-hmm.
I think those were the 5 or so, but I knew Elko and I just felt like he was going to bring his either seniors or captains or the guys that were kind of decorated and honored to come represent, like the first team all conference guy or the guy. So I didn't think he was going to bring Marcel. And I think that's just a Mike Elko thing. And I also think to some level with Elko, it's like, I'm not bringing you, whether you're my quarterback or my kicker, I'm not bringing you to this unless you've proven that you're one of the three most worthy to come to this. I'm not doing it because you're my quarterback. And I've even gotten some questions where people go, well, you know, they think maybe that's not QB1. That couldn't be further from the truth. You know, Marcel has a lot to prove. Don't get me wrong,
Sure.
but I mean, he's the starting quarterback without question. This is not one of those summers where there's a QB battle.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I that's what I was going to ask, Bill. I mean, after all said and done, I had a feeling that Mike Elko was definitely going to bring an offensive lineman. So because offensive line has been something special at A&M for, I mean, they're you know, first team All-Americans and everything else, and guys going to the NFL. There's always some offensive lineman that's going to make that trip with him or any other coach at A&M. That's just what goes on. But that quarterback position, I believe that kid right there is the guy that's going to make Texas A&M go, whether it's good or bad. He's going to get the first opportunity to do something. I don't think somebody else is beating him out at summer camp or he's not the starter. I believe he's their bread and butter guy. He just has to be better. And the people around him, and some of them around him, have to be a little bit better. And they've got to continue to run the ball. And every year there's 2 or 3 runners, you know, but guys get hurt, you know, things start to falter towards the end of the season. They can't, you know, the Aggies can't afford that to happen with this particular quarterback, because the particular quarterback himself is going to be a runner himself. And it doesn't matter for him whether he does it in the air or not, as long as he can get it done. As long as they get wins from this kid at quarterback, I think he was always going to be that guy. I don't see anybody that was going to step in, no matter who they talked about, that was going to be just as good as I thought he could have been last year. And he was a young guy last year.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the thing. He wasn't supposed to start at Texas A&M last year. This was supposed to be his year, you know, Connor Wigman and
Sure.
This scenario. And I catch a lot of heat from Texas fans because they don't give me heat for saying I didn't think Ewers was a top 5 pick or a Heisman finalist. And I liked him. I liked Quinn.
Sure.
I always have. I love the way he throws the football usually. But they did hold it against me that I said all the scouts were telling me that they loved Connor Wigman going into last year. And for whatever reason,
Right.
That whole deal did not work. I wouldn't surprise me if he does a great job for Willie Fritz in Houston this year. But Marcel wasn't supposed to start and play very much at quarterback last year.
Right.
And the reason why is he wasn't ready. So when he was thrust in, the fact that he played like he did at Florida, played like he did in the fourth quarter against Arkansas up there a week later, all those things he did, and his struggles came. Okay, remember, he led them from 21-0 down to take the lead with 2 minutes left at Auburn.
Yeah.
The defense gave up. So he on the road took a team back from 21-0 down to take a lead down the stretch in front of 80-something thousand at Jordan-Hare at night. He scored 25-yard touchdown run, led them down the field in the final minute against USC to win that game. Defense couldn't get off the field. What's our conversation like about Marcel then? Because to me, the only times he looked like, okay, this is a kid that hasn't played much football and he's struggling, it was against South Carolina and that defense without Le'Veon Moss because he got hurt in the second drive of that game. And it was against Texas and that defense without Le'Veon Moss. You mentioned it, Bucky, those running backs. That running game took so much pressure off of Marcel last year that when they lost it, and they also didn't have Reuben Owens, when they lost that ground game, teams were able to make Marcel Reed look like an inexperienced quarterback, particularly the two of the 3 best defenses in the SEC.
Yeah, Billy Luchi from Texags and Texags.com joining us here for a couple more minutes in Atlanta. Look, great start to the year for A&M, 8-2 going into week 11. You talked about the Auburn game, a 4-overtime heartbreaker, and then obviously the Texas game. I mean, A&M was right there. I think a lot of good things in Mike Elko's first year. What's it going to take for the Aggies to get over that hump and make it to a conference championship game this season?
Well, I think first and foremost, we talked about it at length. It's Marcel and that improvement. And I think that's a lot of teams, most teams in the SEC. It's how big an improvement does your quarterback make from last year to this year in their second year as a starter? And then there's so many first-year quarterbacks, Arch Manning, John Mateer, like these guys that we know what they could be,
Sure.
but we haven't seen what they can be yet. So quarterback position's wild, not only in the SEC, but and Gunnar Stockton's another one for a contender. Ty Simpson's another one. You look at Ohio State, who you guys play. You look at Notre Dame, who A&M plays. It's all about question mark at quarterback, and that's A&M too. But the other thing they'd have to do, in my opinion, is, they're going to have to get significantly better on defense than they were a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
And that's been Mike Elko's calling card. And they fell way short of that last year. And so he said, enough. I'm going to be the DC. This is my defense. I'm going to run it in the day-to-day, and I'm going to call the defenses. So, in a perfect world, that would have worked out exactly as he wanted it to. It did not.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just going to take a much more hands-on approach this year and kind of go, hey, if this thing fails, it's not going to be failed because it didn't get my full attention.
Yeah.
Billy, there's a lot of teams on their schedule, and same with Texas, that have a lot of desperate head coaches coming into this year.
Yeah.
Mike Elko in his second year, he's not a desperate head coach. He just wants his team to get better, and they're probably going to get better. But there are a lot of desperate teams that are on that schedule that will be playing each and every game to keep their coach's job, to keep them from being unemployed. So that adds a little bit more pressure for a young quarterback. And he's got to, whoever's coaching quarterbacks and coaching the offense this year have really got to get him into a spot where he's not throwing picks. He's not giving up opportunities to get first down, keep the clock moving and things like that. And desperation is something that can be very special to coaches when they're making, a bunch of money, and they could lose their jobs because they don't only lose the job for themselves, but for a lot of people around them. And I look on the schedule, and there's a couple that you guys got to face too.
Yeah, so, I think desperation. You look at Arkansas, you look at Florida, you look at Auburn.
Yeah,
those three really stand out. And the other thing about it to me is you look at the quarterbacks the Aggies have to play: Sellers, Lagway, Arch. I'm forgetting. There's another big one on there: Sellers, Lagway,
Nussmeier,
Arch, Nussmeier. Yeah, those four. That's a 30-year games right there.
Yeah.
And that doesn't count these guys that are the unknowns, like at Notre Dame.
Right.
Jackson Arnold, does he have a turnaround at Auburn? There's some unknowns in there as well, but those four really stand out. And when going back to, you talked about the desperation, and I talked about the defense. When you combine all of that, you go, man, they better be a lot better on defense in the back end, and they better be able to get after the quarterback. Which that's the one part. That's the one part I feel actually better about, is I think that secondary is going to make a big jump.
Yep.
They got a couple of new guys, starter from Washington, Julian Humphrey, who I actually thought played really well in Austin, but ended up losing his job, but started 10 games at Georgia. And then they added Tyreek Chappelle, who was out last year. He got hurt in the second game, and it was a killer because he was kind of their do-everything nickel guy. So I think the secondary makes a pretty significant jump. And then my question mark is going to be that pass rush. Can they get after the quarterback? They lost Scorton and Stewart.
Yeah.
But they lost a lot of talent, but not a lot of sacks. How can these younger guys do it? And if there's a name for me to tell y'all to look out for,
please,
on each side of the ball, it's Casey Concepcion, the transfer receiver, who I think is a real playmaker. And then defensively, it's Cassius Howell, who at times last year to me looked like their best pass rusher, even though they had a first and second rounder at DM.
Yeah. Last one for me, Billy, is, your thoughts on Texas, right? Obviously you cover A&M, but you can't cover A&M without paying attention to what Texas is doing. A lot of hype surrounding this Longhorns team. Obviously they lost a lot, 12 guys drafted a couple of months ago. Your thoughts, your expectations for this Longhorn team in 2025.
It's interesting because I'll get blasted for saying this,
of course.
They won't, because they won't hear my follow-up to it. I don't think Texas is going to be as good this year as they were last year, because I think that offensive line was elite. It was arguably the best in the SEC, and they had a bunch of grown-ass men and NFL blockers and guys that have played and worked together for a long time. I think Texas should have done what they did to A&M against Georgia. And I'm not saying A&M's defense is as good as Georgia's, but that game in Austin, I'm like, just line up and run it at these guys with those backs. with that offensive line, and then set things up in that passing game, that great tight end. And I just thought Texas was so elite in the trenches last year. And I know what Colin Simmons is, and I know the depth they've got. He's incredible. Sure. Anthony Hill, one of my favorite players to watch in college football. And by, as you guys know, a great kid too. Mm-hmm. But I think Texas lost. This is where people stop hearing me. I think they lost so much. And I know that they're in a reload type mode, but so is Georgia and so is Ohio State. I think they're not going to be as good, but I think you can say the same about Ohio State. You can say the same about Georgia. I think the teams that they have to beat to get back there also aren't going to be as good. So it's not an insult. I just think the gap between Texas and maybe some of these other teams on their schedule is less. You look at an A&M, you look at a Florida. Who else y'all got? I don't think Vandy or Kentucky. A&M, Florida, like those that gap's going to be a little less too. So with that said, I think Texas, I'm torn between Bama, Georgia, and Texas as the three teams that I think are most likely to go to Atlanta. And I think Texas goes no worse than 10-2 and makes the playoffs. And then it's just, how good is Arch by then? Mm-hmm. How far has that offensive line come? And then you take your chances. And I think Texas will have as good a chance of anyone, because I don't think there's going to be a dominant team this year. It's not a Texas thing. I don't think Notre Dame's as good. Yeah. The team I think everyone's sleeping on, because they're who they are and because their head coach is who he is, it's Penn State. And they don't look at Drew Aller. And I go, in a year where there's not a lot of experience at quarterback, I'm looking at Drew Aller and Penn State, and I'm looking at Cade Klubnik and Clemson. Mm-hmm. And those are two teams I'm putting little asterisks by, because though Aller's not like an incredible quarterback, he's a good quarterback, and he's a veteran quarterback. And that team, Penn State, I think will be better than maybe everyone they play this year. And same with
Billy, my last thing for you is this Texas defense that you've seen over the last 2 years. Sark is really did you think last year, after what happened the year before with the great defensive line that they had, that they would come back again last year? And I mean, you're seeing some young stars on this Texas defense. And my thought, I'm in a similar line of what you are. I'm thinking they may lose one more game than they lost last year, even.
At most, for me.
I've got that. But what about this defensive line? Are you impressed with the defensive line and what this defensive staff has done?
Yeah, absolutely. As an Aggie, I'll sit here and go, I want, contrary to what people think, it's not like I look at Texas and I want, like, I don't want them to get too high before A&M gets up there, but both of them being great would be optimal for our fun, yes, for our conversation, for our water cooler talk. But I'm watching them and I'm like, can Pete Kwiatkowski take the Notre Dame job? Can he get an NFL? I know he can get one. Can he go to the NFL? Yeah. Because that, to me, that dude, and I remember, and this is the other thing I try to remind my Texas friends, including Amanda, who I do the podcast with.
We went to school together.
Did you?
Great friends. Yep.
Kellner?
Yep.
At
UT. Yeah, same age. Yep.
She's awesome.
Yep.
But she will talk more smack to me than anyone that I know. I'm trying to figure out how to, win one of these battles soon. But I remember when she didn't say this, but a lot of Longhorns, they wanted Kwiatkowski to be like a one and done or two and out. He's elite. He is as good as there is in college football. And and more off the edge. I thought he was a difference maker last year down the stretch. Obviously, Simmons and Hill. And then the thing with Texas that'll be the most interesting to me defensively is all that defensive tackle depth that they added in the portal. Like, I know they're all going to be solid. Which one or two are going to emerge as special? Because I thought Broughton and Simmons last year were monsters.
Yeah,
they were monsters. And Broughton was a lot better than I thought he was going to be coming out of high school. I said Simmons, I meant Collins. Alfred Collins, finally, like, it took him a while to fully put it together. He was a monster. I had scouts coming up to me in August and like, I just don't know if anybody's going to have somebody that can block him.
Yeah.
So, yeah, my big question will be those guys. And then my other thing is, I thought Jade Barron and Makuba were I thought Makuba was a game changer.
Sure.
Obviously, we knew what Barron was. Barron, by the way, is a guy Mike Elko loved and wanted so badly when he was committed to Baylor. And then Texas came in late, but I remember Elko kept pushing and pushing on Jimbo to try to like really push there, and they never. I think he would end up in Austin, being where he's from, but they never really did. But when he was at Baylor, it was like, that's the guy, that's the best one. But replacing them and both coaches, right?
Yeah,
Terry Joseph and now why am I forgetting our safety's name?
Blake Gideon. I figured a rival fan would remember that one forever.
Well, he didn't. I don't know what he did against A&M, but I liked Blake. Blake was a real player.
Yeah.
But those two guys, losing them and those two players, I want to see. I know the talent's there. I know how they recruit. I just want to see it. But look, they're playing an Ohio State team with a ton of inexperience at quarterback, just like A&M is doing at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
So, like, both these teams, it would be great for the SEC if these two teams can go up there kind of in the upper Midwest and come
absolutely.
up with September wins.
Yeah, two teams that played for the national title last year.
It's the and it's the Longhorns and the yeah, you're right, exactly.
Sure.
The Longhorns and the Aggies playing the two teams that played for the national title last year, and it's the Buckeyes and it's the Fighting Irish. And this is more on A&M coming off of an 8-5 season, but like both these teams to say, and Bucky, you've coached in this rivalry for a long time. I've covered it for literally a quarter century, believe it or not. Like, if we want it to be what it should be in November, not just this year, but every year, what an opportunity for the Aggies and Longhorns to go in September and say, okay, now how excited are you about that game in Austin now?
Right.
After watching this. So, yeah, it would be really important and special for the state of Texas and football in this state to go beat the Ohio State and touchdown Jesus on the road early.
That'd be awesome.
Absolutely.
You going to that game?
Yeah,
yes,
absolutely.
It's fun.
Absolutely.
It's fun. Billy, thanks so much for joining us, man.
Appreciate you.
No, it's a busy day for you.
Absolutely.
You're getting pulled in 50 different directions, but thanks for
Thank you, Billy.
Today,
Good to talk to you, buddy.
All right, Bucky. Great catching up, man.
Awesome.
See ya.
Billy Luchi from TexAgs and TexAgs.com. Kind enough to spend 20 minutes or so with us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered at the College Football Hall of Fame in Atlanta. And, interesting thoughts, obviously, to hear what Billy had to say about Texas A&M, but I'm glad we asked a couple of questions about this Longhorn team. And when he started that answer, he's like, I think Texas, takes a step back, and there's no way they're as good as they were last year. And I'm like, oh, God, is he going to say like 8-4? And then he said, no, I still think they're 10-2 in a college football playoff team, which is kind of where you and I are right now with Texas.
Right.
So,
yeah, I'm at 9-3, 10-2. Some shocker may come in there, but it all depends. There won't be any shockers if Texas beats Ohio State. There's nothing in their way except for an undefeated season. I believe that. I do. I really do. If they can win game one, then as much as I'm worried about the Florida game and that being the one that screws things up, I'm not afraid anymore. I'm not worried anymore if they beat Ohio State. I'm not worried about going to Gainesville and winning that game. I don't care what it's by, 1 point or whatever. I think they win that game, and I think they go on, BK, even to win them all.
Well, the thing that would stop Texas from going undefeated is the game in Athens against Georgia, right?
I'm not worried about that one if they win the game one.
Wow. Okay. I remember Georgia hasn't lost a home game since 2019.
That's fine. Right. That's the one that throws you off is that first game. You go there and beat them in Columbus. Now your team is ready to play for a national championship. I mean, and as Billy said, a lot of teams will be replacing a lot of guys, including them, but they're the ones who they're the ones who have the trophy,
Sure. Yeah, that's a great point, right? Ohio State had more players drafted than Texas did. Georgia had more players drafted than Texas did. You look at a lot of the other contending teams, they lost a ton from last year. So Texas isn't the only team with questions about departing talent and how guys are going to be replaced. So there's a lot of questions, a lot more questions than answers, it feels like, for a lot of these top teams in the country. But yeah, Penn State, don't sleep on Penn State. Like I think Penn State could very well and probably should start the year as the #1 team in the country with all that
No
they
doubt.
have back from last year. I don't know if they will. I think they're going to be top 3 or 4 at the lowest, but because it feels like they have more coming back than just about everybody else. But it does feel like, I don't want to say this year's completely wide open because I think there's only 6 or 7 teams that realistically can win it all. But I think in a normal year, it's like 2, 3, maybe 4 that have a shot. This year, I think it's 6, 7, maybe 8 that have a shot because of how many new quarterbacks and, again, how much departing talent there is across the nation.
Yeah, well, the talent-wise with Penn State is the fact that their quarterback, who everybody just thinks is okay, can turn around and hand it off to 2 studs. And if they just want to pile drive teams, they'll be able to do that, play action pass, and then everybody has trouble. It's not the way Penn State can beat you. Like I said, it won't be about the numbers they can throw on the board, but you have a hard time stopping those 2 running backs. It's just that's a long 4-quarter game with those 2 guys alternating and getting in there at certain down and distances. They can overwhelm your team, strength-wise. They got a lot of good offensive linemen. They lost a couple, but they still have some. And they'll play good enough. Penn State will play good enough defense.
Bucky, I think if Kirby Smart had Penn State's roster, everybody would be picking Penn State or Georgia. You know what I'm saying here to win the national championship. Like Dabo Swinney, same thing. I think James Franklin is the biggest question for Penn State. And you could say, well, BK, James Franklin won 2 playoff games last year for Penn State, made it all the way to the semifinal. Well, look who they beat. They beat SMU and Boise State. Those aren't real playoff teams, and obviously the format got shifted this year to where they won't get the benefit of playing a team like Boise State in round 2. So it just feels like when they've gone up in the James Franklin era against the Ohio States of the world and the Michigans of the world, right, the biggest games against the best teams, they've come up small. So to win a national championship, you got to beat teams like that. Can James Franklin do it? That, to me, is the biggest question for the Nittany Lions this year.
Now, and BK, does the Aggies, is the kid Moss, I heard somebody getting in, having some legal problems or something off the field deal. Which kid is that?
Yeah, Le'Veon Moss, their stud running back who got hurt, tore his ACL midway through last season. He's really good. He's one of the best runners in the country, but he did get arrested, I think, this past weekend for disorderly conduct.
Oh, okay.
So nothing major, nothing that's going to keep him out the entire season. A small misdemeanor. He got fined, and I think that's it. But Mike Elko is going to get asked about that today because it literally happened, I think, Sunday.
That's one of those deals where the coach will tell you we're handling that in-house because it sounds like an in-house thing that they'll take care of.
Well, A&M opens the year against UTSA, so maybe we'll get a 1-drive suspension against the Roadrunners or something. But I don't even know if that's going to happen. So, all right, good stuff from Billy there. Good conversation. We'll talk a little bit more Arkansas. We won't spend much time on Mizzou because Texas doesn't play them, but those are the other 2 teams that are here in Atlanta. But before we dive back into the college football chatter, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Still our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway, for all of your alcohol needs, whether it's a big party, small party. If you want a specialty bottle of wine or bourbon, head on over to 4601 Southwest Parkway, and there you'll see, of course, the guys over there, and they are a wholesale distributor. So if you're having a big function, whether it's your neighborhood or your place of business, call on 34 Wine and Spirits. There you'll also find the greatest beer in the world. That would be Altstadt Beer in all its different varieties.
Oh, yeah, they got a bunch of different varieties. Something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their 2 flagships. Those are my 2 favorites that they brew. They are fantastic. It's the most authentic German beer drinking experience you can find in the state of Texas. And, yeah, we're lucky that Altstadt's available all over the state of Texas. It's an award-winning beer that hits the spot every single time. They've got a great light beer. They've got a great Hefeweizen. They've got their summer seasonal peach radler, which is really cool. It's a mix of their lager and juice from real Fredericksburg peaches. Super refreshing and easy to drink in these red hot summer months we've got in the Lone Star State. And every Altstadt is brewed without additives, without preservatives, without any unnecessary ingredients. So you can feel good about what you're putting into your system. But more importantly, you're going to enjoy what you drink. That's what it's all about, after all. Get you some at 34 Wine and Spirits or any grocery store that sells beer. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Nice.
And a shout out to 7-Eleven. You can get Altstadt Beer at 7-Eleven
There you go.
as well. The best convenience store in the world, 7-Eleven, one of our great travel partners for our week-long stint here in the ATL. Shout out to our guy Ashish, who owns and operates a few different 7-Eleven locations in South Austin. Love 7-Eleven. They've got everything you need. The beer, the food, the Slurpees, the big gulps. Bucky gets his little Debbie fix at 7-Eleven. You know, I got to get 3 taquitos every time I go into a 7-Eleven. They've got everything to fuel you through your day and through your summer. More than 10,000 locations across the world. There's got to be one near you. And don't forget to download that 7-Eleven app and get that 7 Rewards program. Sign up for that thing because you're going to get points to earn free stuff whenever you shop at 7-Eleven, the greatest convenience store in human history.
Very
All right.
nice.
Yes, indeed. Buck, Mizzou, you have any strong takes on the Missouri Tigers? They're the other team that's going to be here this morning.
Not really, none. I'd rather be talking about Arkansas than talking about those dudes.
Yeah,
they got a lot of guys to replace there in Missouri. They're going to come, half their team is gone. So their coach is going to be – there's another one of those hot-seated guys right now.
Ooh.
I believe so. I know that's one of those deals, BK, where you're saying, can you do better, though,
Yeah, Mizzou won 10 games last year. They won 11 games 2 years ago. So,
yes.
I don't know if Eli Drinkwitz is on a hot seat right now.
Well, I'll just say it can be the beginning of his hot seat because he's lost so many players.
Yeah. They could take a step back, and they did lose.
They're not going to do anything in 1 year to him, but over the next couple of years, this could be the start of the madness for them.
Yeah, they lost all 11 starters on offense, which is crazy. Now, they brought in a lot of transfers who started elsewhere last year. That's college football in 2025.
That is really hard to do when you don't have anybody that's come back as your starter.
The only noteworthy thing about Mizzou, and the only reason why they could make a little bit of noise, is their schedule is – if anybody says Texas has the easiest schedule in the SEC, just point to Mizzou and what they've got this year. And, it's a joke. So that's why Mizzou won 10 games last year. I don't think anybody thought they were one of the best teams in the league. They just took advantage of a very cupcake schedule, both in the non-con and in league play. And this year, their first 6 games are at home. Their toughest non-conference game is against Kansas, who's okay. They're not the Kansas of 5 years ago, but they're still not a great team. And, they don't play Georgia. They don't play Texas. They don't play LSU. They don't play Ole Miss. Their toughest game is Alabama, and they get that game at home. So, they've got a shot. I don't think they're very good. They do have UMass. They've got a shot. I don't think they're very good, but they could win 9 games this year. Can't they?
Yes. Look at these teams that they're playing.
I'm telling you, man. Who did they pay to get that? It's crazy. So, again, I don't think they're very good. I think Mizzou probably wins 7 or 8 games, and I think their Vegas over-under is 7.5. So I think the folks out in the desert are kind of right on the money there. But, boy, with that schedule, if Texas had that schedule, I'd be saying this is 11-1 at worst.
Yeah, I'm going to say they'll win 6.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you're a little lower on Mizzou than I am. All right. Arkansas, Buck, another team that Texas plays. They will be here this afternoon.
Desperation.
Yeah, they went 7-6 last year, 6-6 in the regular season. They beat Texas Tech in the Liberty Bowl, your favorite bowl trip to make.
Oh, worst bowl trip in America.
The Hogs went 3-5 in conference play. Of course, last year Texas went into Fayetteville and won that game 20-10. It was a little closer, a little more stressful than I think Longhorn fans wanted, but the Longhorns still found a way to get the job done by double digits on the road. This year, Texas will host Arkansas in the second-to-last game of the season. It's the first trip for the Hogs to Austin since 2008. But before, deep diving in, just some 30,000 feet view thoughts of this Arkansas team going into 2025.
They'll be looking for a new coach because they'll be 4-8 by the end of the season.
Oh, 4-8.
Yeah, they're gonna struggle. If their quarterback has to stay healthy for every single game, and they're going to have to get much, much better at the wide receiver position. They're not very good there. And their schedule, BK, is they've got 2 early that are okay. But you and I talked about, can they beat a team is Memphis going to give them a problem? Can Memphis give them a problem?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
I mean, I think Memphis is one of the top G5 teams in college football this year.
They got at Ole Miss, Memphis, Notre Dame, Tennessee, Texas A&M, Auburn. You know, they could beat Mississippi State, of course, and maybe Missouri. They're 4-8. I'm looking at.
Dude, it's a
They're going
brutal
to get
schedule.
beat up. There's some teams that they can really get beat up by too.
Yeah, it's a brutal schedule for a coach who's trying to save his job. And yeah, I mean, the Vegas over-under is 5.5. I think they're a 5-win team, so I guess I'm a little higher on the Hogs than you are. But I mean, yeah, you mentioned it, like at Memphis and Notre Dame. Like that,
Yes.
who scheduled that? Who hates Sam Pittman? I guess these schedules come out like a decade ago when it comes to non-conference games. But dude, that is brutal for a coach trying to save his job, that he has to go to Memphis and then host Notre Dame. And then, oh, by the way, play one of the toughest SEC schedules this year.
I mean, that back-to-back game with at Tennessee and Texas A&M, and Auburn's coach will be fighting for his life by that time. I mean, those are 3 in a row that could screw you, just tear your team apart. If they're not torn apart before then. That's why I said at Memphis, that's a game that they got to win. You know, an SEC team playing against Memphis, they have to win that game.
Yeah.
And you think Memphis can get them? If that happens to them, they got problems.
I don't know. They've got 5 true road games this year. I don't know if there's any school in the country that has a tougher slate of true road games in America.
No kidding.
At Ole Miss, at Memphis, at Tennessee, at LSU, at Texas. Like that's not easy. Even for a good team, that's like, damn, like you got your work cut out for you playing in those atmospheres against those opponents. But for a not so good team in Arkansas, I mean, people who cover the Hogs are not high on this team. Arkansas fans are not high on this team. It's almost like they're just counting down the days to where they can get rid of Sam Pittman and start a new era of Hog football. Like
and if their quarterback doesn't play well enough, if he's got nobody to throw to, they're really in a, if anything happens to that quarterback, they're done.
And they lost Jaquindon Jackson, the one-time Texas Longhorn. He was their leading rusher last year. He's gone, and they lost their top 8 receivers. So even though I didn't feel like they had a ton of great skill position talent in 2024, and then their top 8 pass catchers are all gone. They got ransacked by the transfer portal too. Plenty of SEC teams benefited from the portal. Arkansas felt like a bunch of guys were jumping ship. Obviously, Texas was the beneficiary getting Brad Spence at linebacker, but like Ole Miss a lot of guys not only left, they left to go to other schools in the league.
Yeah, they bailed right out and stayed in the league.
Yeah, and that's like worst case scenario because Arkansas's got to play against a bunch of those dudes. So, yeah, I don't know, man. They've got big questions. I like Talon Green. I think the Hogs have a solid defense, but just overall talent, it pales in comparison.
The depth of that team is going to kill them with that schedule.
Yeah, I agree. I just think they don't have enough talent to hang, and they lost a lot. And the big questions are, can they get to 6 wins to make a bowl game? And then is that enough for Sam Pittman to get a 7th year in Fayetteville?
And by the time they play Texas, they will have run through a bunch of players, second string, third string guys to get through that gauntlet that they've got.
And I was wrong. I think last year I said Sam Pittman would not be coaching the Arkansas game, and he made it, and he survived the season, and he's coming back for another year. But again,
he's barely survived in the summer the way they're after him.
I know. I think most Arkansas fans are pissed that he's still there. Like, he's a likable guy, and they want him to succeed, but we as Texas fans know how that works. Like, being a likable guy isn't going to win you games. So, and it's not going to save your job. So maybe it prolongs you a little bit longer, but it feels pretty inevitable that some sort of change will be made in Vietnam this year. And yeah, you and I are both under. You're at 4 wins. I'm at 5 wins. And I think both of us agree that changes will be made.
And they're going to need some running backs, BK, and they don't have them. And they're going to, with Bobby Petrino calling plays, that guy's going to throw it. He's going to throw it to guys that can't catch and guys that aren't in the right spot. Because Bobby Petrino is going to be trying to get a gig himself in the SEC. As I said, some of these teams on the hot seat, they're liable to take a shot at that guy if he can get something done there. But I just don't think he has enough to get anything done. Hell, they may bring him back again.
Yeah, boy, you think anybody would hire Bobby Petrino as a head coach in this, 2026, I guess, next year?
Well, if anybody were to turn around and do it, it's right where he is right now.
That's interesting. Well, he's already been the head coach there, and we all remember how that thing went down.
Well, Hey, he's matured. He's a mature guy now.
He
You
was
need to
pretty
have some
old.
life lessons. He got a couple life lessons and he's okay. Hell, they brought him back as an offensive coordinator, so they think enough of him to even let him on the campus. So
They are pretty desperate, right? And
yes.
that's part of the decision to bring Petrino back. And he was pretty old when that motorcycle incident happened. So I don't know. I don't know if he's the guy who gets the nod, but maybe they're so look, I don't think Bobby Petrino is like a good enough head coach. I don't think it's like, oh, he's a no-brainer hire because he's so good and we can overlook the other stuff because he's so good.
Oh no, you can't overlook the other stuff. And he's okay as an offensive mind, and you can keep him on staff and keep a short leash around him that he can't go too far. But I don't know if you can let him be the head coach and go out and talk to people, your alums, get on private planes and shit like that and talk to people and they'd buy it,
Yeah, that'd be fascinating. I kind of hope it happens because I do want to see how that circus unfolds. But that'd be a surprise to me if Petrino gets the head gig there. But hey, you never know. You never know. It was a bit of a surprise that he got the OC gig. So
they don't sound like they want to keep Sam Pittman, even if he has a nice year. That they're ready to move on. They're ready to get that program back. So if Petrino does a good job with the offense, which they have to do, then he may be the guy, or they may look elsewhere, but they don't want Sam Pittman anymore. That ship has kind of sailed unless he wins like 8 or 9 games, which he's not going to.
Yeah, he had that great 2021 season where they won 9 games, and that included that beatdown of Texas. And since then, it's been 7-6, 4-8, 7-6. So yeah, Arkansas doesn't have the most history in this league, but that's a proud enough football program, and they've got enough tradition to where like that's not quite going to get it done. So yeah, if it's another season like that, I think it might take like 8 wins for Sam Pittman to save his gig. And with their talent and that schedule, I don't see how that's feasible.
No,
like best case scenario, I think is 7-5, and we'll see if that's enough. But I think more realistic case is 4 to 6 wins, somewhere in that range for Arky this year.
Yeah, our cousins are going to make some cash against Arky.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's going to be fun.
What about against Alabama A&M in week 1? Are you gonna bet against the Hogs in that one?
No, I'm not touching any of those other teams. That they'll come out and pound around. But like you said, the Notre Dame game looks like one. At Tennessee could be. At Tennessee, at A&M could just be brutal for them.
Yeah, definitely. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Those are the 4 teams that will be here today. Again, it's Kentucky and Mizzou this morning. It is Texas A&M and Arkansas this afternoon. And, of course, our conversation with Billy Luchi will cover our Texas A&M chatter this morning.
It was good to talk to Billy.
Yeah, it was. And
sorry, Texas Ags fans. Billy Luchi's a big Longhorn fan deep down inside. He just tries to pretend. He's like part Longhorn. So
I know you got a kick. You got a kick out of him saying, "Oh, isn't it great for the rivalry when both teams are really good?"
Isn't that so true?
And I'm like, you older people. Everyone gets a trophy.
True. To have them both. You know how bad I want them to be undefeated sometime in that last game. That'd be so great for college football.
You know what would be better for college football?
Is if they lost every game.
If Texas was 11-0 and Texas A&M was 0-11.
Oh my God!
Going into Black Friday this year, do you imagine how much fun that would be? That is great for college.
Dude, these games are going to be so much fun this year. I thought last year was a fun year. That damn Oklahoma game this year, the Cotton Bowl is going to be special.
It's awesome. It's like that's the 2 of the best rivalries in the sport. And obviously Texas OU never went anywhere, but getting the Lone Star Showdown back, I mean, it's absence. What do they say? Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Oh yeah, not having that game and it's back here in Austin.
I think whatever the opposite of that is true, because I think there's more hatred between Texas and Texas A&M because of the break, and I think that has like just thrown gasoline on what was already a big fire with this rivalry.
Dude, that game is on a Friday?
Yeah, they moved it from Saturday. Last year it was the Saturday after Turkey Day, and obviously for a long time it was on Turkey Day. This year it's on Black Friday nights in the ATX.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. And look, last year there was a lot on the line. I mean, a trip to Atlanta was at stake, and maybe that'll be the case this year. I mean, A&M, they've got a pretty favorable SEC schedule. They could make some things happen.
And what's the Sooner talking about? The OU Texas game will be different from this.
Whoa.
What was that about?
Dude, hold on. Remember who you work for. It's the Texas OU game. What does he
Don't
ever say it backwards. Don't ever say it backwards.
Moving forward. I just said that first because he said that first. Like, really? Moving forward, it's going to be different. What's the different part about it?
Well, we played that sound earlier today. That's somebody asked Brent Venables, and they mentioned the scores of the first 3 games, and more specifically, the 2 games where Texas absolutely pounded OU.
You're going to score 3 more. You're going to get a field goal kicker because they need to replace a field goal kicker. What are they going to do? Kick an extra field goal late in the game?
I don't know. Yeah, Brent Venables was like, we've had some unfortunate things going into those games, but what happened 2 years ago is more like it, and that's what we expect that game to look like in the future.
No, that's not what we expect.
It's not what we expect. And look, Texas is a 10.5-point favorite. So Vegas doesn't expect it to be more like the 2 years ago game. But who knows?
Moving forward. He said moving forward. Yeah, maybe he said way too much. A lot more than we think.
Moving forward, you are going to be putting your house on the market in about a year's time, Brent. That's what's moving forward for you.
Man.
I mean, I hope I'm wrong. I want Oklahoma to be just good enough to keep Brent Venables around for another season, but obviously I don't want them to.
Maybe their quarterback is going to be the witty T-shirt guy this year.
Yeah, John Mateer, he's not like that. Like he's pretty reserved. He didn't give a whole lot. He's not a bulletin board material guy, so I don't expect him to be a big trash talker. And T-shirt model like Danny Stutzman was for OU these last couple of years. So,
wow.
We'll see. We will see. But, Brent Venables, was a glorious question that he was asked yesterday here in Atlanta. All right. We're going to take a break from sports because we promised the people some pictures from the fine hotel and resort that I've been staying at this week in the Peach State. So we've got some pictures, we've got a video, and I'll show everybody my living quarters this week. But before we get to some fun stuff, how about a few sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends over at Relax the Back, sitting in my chair right now, zero gravity recliners. They've got Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattress sets available for you. And folks, anything that bothers you when it comes to your lumbar, your back, your neck, your thoracic, your hips, please go to Relax the Back. And there are 2 great locations, one at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. You can live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. And another shout out to another one of our great travel partners, Port O'Connor Premier Lodge.
Fishing time getting towards the end of the summer, that last trip before football.
Boom. Amen. If you're looking to get on some fish, go down to Port O'Connor, see our buddy Captain Rhino, and he will take care of you and your entire crew. It's a perfect weekend vacation. You don't have to get on a plane and deal with everything that comes with long-distance traveling. You can make the drive down to Port O'Connor and give our friends at POC Premier Lodge a visit. They are an all-inclusive fishing and hunting lodge that provides a number of different services and packages to fit your group's needs. If you just want to go down with some buddies, if you want to go down by yourself, if you want to take the fam, it doesn't matter. Captain Rhino and his crew will be happy to serve you. Plenty of fishing. They do navigation tours. They do evening cruises. They've got a full-service bar and restaurant with a bunch of TVs to watch the sports and hang out. But more importantly, they are going to get you on some fish at POCPremierLodge.com. That's the website for more information, or you can hit up our buddy Captain Rhino directly, 361-210-8494. Again, 361-210-8494. The perfect vacation is right around the corner at POC Premier Lodge.
You know what? I made a fish stew yesterday.
A fish stew?
Yeah, I did a great job. That was I may screw up the meat, but I don't mess with make a good fish stew. Found out yesterday. I had it on the grill. I went to, of course, Marshall's to get myself a nice pot, boiling pot. Okay. Because I have to go to Marshall's because that's the only store I go to anyway. Yeah. And that's just for the clothing, and then the the silverware and everything else. But I got a nice pot. I got a nice, pound of cod, BK, put it in a pan with some vegetables with a little bit of oil in there. I put a whole thing of butter, a whole slab of butter in water like this, let it come to a boil, put mussels in there.
There you go.
I put some shrimp in there. I just put the shrimp in for the flavor because the shrimp are already boiled. And if you let them boil them more, they get hard, but they do add a little flavor to it. I put the mussels in there with cod, flaky white fish. Dude, it was delicious.
There you go. I like that. You got your fish at Marshall's?
No, I got the pot at Marshall's. I got my fish at Whole Foods. Cod is on sale right now. Nice white flaky fish. But I put it in a pot and let it steam up. Man, was that good.
Nice. A little fish too. Is that the first time you've made that?
That's the first. I've attempted to make, do like a clam bake, do my own little clams, little necks in a pot some of them open up all the way and some of them don't. But mussels will open up pretty quickly. You don't have to do a lot to those, but a lot of butter. Oh, the flavor. I'm missing something with the flavor. There's some kind of. I think you can actually put carrots in there if you want to, but I didn't have any regular onions. But I had my green peppers, red peppers, yellow. But somebody needs to tell me what other little spice I can throw in there. But I can't have it too hot or my wife won't dig it. She was digging it. It was good, man. It was filling. I felt good, and I didn't wreck like a $60 steak,
There you go. All right. Well done there, sir.
And so that's why I need to get to see, Captain Rhino and get myself some of that fresh trout and do the same thing with that fresh trout,
Yeah, that'll be a lot better. Get you on some redfish too, and throw that in your next fish stew, and that's Whole Foods. All right, I'm sure what they have is fine, but it ain't
There's
like
lots of butter though. There's a place called Buenos Aires that's out here in the Galleria that I go to that has mussels, and I get a bunch of toast and dump it in there, and just go crazy with my my Caesar salad. I didn't even have a salad because I put so many nice peppers in this stew. So you can still eat some good. I'm a chef. I call myself Chef Michael yesterday. My wife was getting a kick out of me walking around the house saying, Chef Michael serving will be here in about 10 minutes from Chef Michael.
That's well done. Well done there, Chef Michael. Going to the rack store to stare at some racks and buy some fish.
Dude, and there was plenty there. That place was packed. As soon as it opened till it's closed, there are women galore in Marshall's. Is that all they do?
I know what kind of fish you were looking for when you go into Marshall's. Well done there, my friend. Well done. There's a lot of women at Marshall's all the time, and some talent there, man. Some talent there. Just say that.
You need to get out to the Marshall's out this way.
By your neck of the woods. Yeah.
Oh,
there's some real talent because there's some real money out there. I like that. All right, quick shout out to the Hecht Law Firm, the #1 personal injury attorney in Austin, Texas, USA, America. We talked to Hurricane Hecht on the show last week. A great dude, a guy who's been a friend of mine for a decade, but more importantly, he is a fighter for the people. So if you get hurt in a car wreck, if you get hurt on the job, if you're walking around and a dog bites you, whatever personal injury that happens, call on Hurricane Hecht. He will fight the insurance companies and get you every penny that you deserve. And, you don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees until Hurricane Hecht floods your pocket with cash. Go to his website, hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com. Or hit him up, call him or text him, 512-938-8929, and make sure you tell him that TSU sent you.
Sweet.
All right, let's hopefully the screen share works here. If you have not been tuned in this week, you might not know this, but I have been staying at a less than stellar hotel here in Atlanta.
Yeah. Our group is starting to get a reputation of just being a bunch of staying at bummy ass hotels.
That's what we do. That's what you've done for years, and then you swore that you would never do it again. And then apparently, in your stead, I've decided to
You just wanted to see what it was like. You don't generally stay at places like that.
You're right. I want to see how the other side lives. And I've heard all your stories about staying at these crappy motels. And I was like, I got to do that. I got to see what the Buck sees.
You're thinking it can't be that bad the way he says it is.
Well, look, I thought I was booking a place a lot nicer than what I.
I always do too. I always think the Night's Inn is a lot nicer than the Hilton.
I got manti-teo'd here. I got catfished because the pictures online were not real. And it looked a lot better online. I knew I wasn't staying at like the Four Seasons or anything like that. But
I thought you were saying at least La Quinta, huh?
I thought it was like, it's a 3-star hotel. I'm thinking, all right, it's going to be a La Quinta. It's going to be like a Best Western at
It's
worst.
not Holiday Inn Express because we love Holiday Inn Express.
I thought it would be that. But no, it's none of those things. It is, it's called the Inn at the Peach Trees.
Oh, God.
That sounds like a nice, like resort style name, Inn at
Verbo.
the Peach Trees. That's pretty pleasant sounding, isn't it?
Sounds like a Verbo.
A Verbo would have been a hell of a lot nicer than this.
The coach was in the hot tub.
Yeah, you know what? I'd rather be sharing a bed with Nick Saban, I think, than stay where I've stayed these last 4 nights. And I've checked out. I've got all my stuff with me, headed to the airport.
4 nights you've done there?
Yep, right after Chip and Zay this afternoon. And wow. 4 nights at the Inn at the Peach Trees. And not a lot of sleep spread across those 4 nights. And I did take some pictures. And I've got some videos of the room as promised. So we'll start with the video here. This one, this isn't the worst part of this room. And maybe this is something that happens at other nicer hotels from time to time. But here's one of the drawers on the dresser in the room. And here's my hand. I'm trying to close it. And nope. Pops back open. Let's try it again with a little more force. Nope. That dresser stayed open. I mean, I tried to close it like 5 or 6 times and it wouldn't stay closed. There were 2 of those. There were 2 of these, Buck. There's only like 5 total drawers on this dresser, and 2 of them stayed open the entire time. I had to like swerve out of the way.
Do you have to walk by those things? Can you possibly walk right into them?
Oh, yeah. I did a couple of times. I ran right into those shits.
Oh, my God.
Like they wouldn't stay closed. And this one you see at the top left had like some tape on it. Looked like they had tried to literally tape it shut, and the tape, didn't really
now
do much
you know what
good.
You got to get at Target. You got to get towels and tape.
Apparently, I have to get tape to keep the dressers closed. And look, I wasn't planning on using the dressers.
Never.
I don't even do that at like a nice hotel.
Never take your stuff out of the bag.
It would have been a little less creepy to me if they had stayed closed. So now we go to the pictures here. See if the screen share works. Can you see this on your screen, Buck?
Oh yeah. Oh, the vent. Yes.
So this is one of the vents. We'll do a little zoom in, and you've got a reddish, brownish, blackish stain.
That's not a good job. Wood's Comfort System would never leave your vent like that.
No. What do you think? I mean, you think this is just not replacing the air filter, or
that's an air filter problem right there. That's lung. That's black lung right there.
We're calling black lung. I was between that, bubonic plague, and asbestos.
Yeah, there's some asbestos in there too. Yeah, you may have a lawsuit. You need to call Hurricane Hecht right there.
I did take a picture just in case, like I got sick. I can blame it on this. The stain. We hope these are rust stains, right?
Yeah, dude, that's a bad filter system there. That's not good. Glad you don't have any children in that with you. That your lungs may be able to take that for 4 days.
Well, there might have been some what could have been children left on the beds and on the floor. Random wet spots around this place.
Oh my God, that's horrible.
Yeah, so that's bad right there. That's one of the vents. Let's see what else I see.
Look at the size of that vent. Look at all of that shit in the vent.
I'm telling you, the entire vent. The entire vent is.
I mean, they didn't clean that at all. Nobody's come to clean that off. How thick is that?
I don't know. I don't know how old this is too. I mean, this vent has maybe been there since the hotel was.
Is that in your main headquarters? Or is that just in the hotel? That's not in your room.
Oh, that's in my room.
Oh my God.
That's in the bathroom. That was the vent in the bathroom.
In the bathroom.
Yep. So not a lot of breathing going on, and I tried to not spend a whole lot of time in the bathroom.
Okay.
Fair question. Is that literal shit? I don't know. The stains do look brown. And it was in the bathroom, so maybe someone did smear some feces
gross.
on the air vent. Well, that I don't know if that's worst case scenario, but it's definitely not best case scenario.
If your girl, you couldn't have taken, your girl would have killed you. If she'd have seen that would have been it.
Oh yeah. I mean, she we would have checked in, looked at the room. I don't even think we would have made it to the room. Like we would have seen the place from the outside and she would have been like, absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
And I would have said, well, if you're paying for the next room, we can move. But otherwise,
dude, I'm telling you, men can stay anywhere. It's not just a me thing. Dudes can stay anywhere.
Dudes could stay anywhere. Yeah. I survived. I'm living to tell the tale. It's all
for
good.
now.
Well, I did check out, but you're right. We'll see if I get some like whooping cough from my time there, or syphilis or herpes or who knows. I could see hidden cameras in there. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe maybe there were a couple of those.
And did you tell me the bathroom was wet?
Bathroom was wet. Yeah, it's hard to like take pictures because you can't really see water in pictures. But when I got there, there was not like pooled water, but there were certain spots of water in the bathroom. Here's the hand towel. Look how frayed that is, dude.
Oh my God.
The whole towel was frayed. It's like, have you replaced these ever?
Nope. That's why you go to Target, brother, right there. I couldn't do that. If I would see that, I would be grossed out at that.
I had 2 hand towels and both of them looked exactly like this. And
oh my God.
I did use them. Again, if I had a car, I think I would have made the trip to Target, but I spent enough money on Ubers trying to get around this city as it is. And yeah.
What are the Uber fees in that town?
Well, last night, so one of my good buddies lives here, and he lives in, out in the burbs. And shout out to them, by the way. Just had twin boys. Pretty cool. Good stuff. Named one of his kids after Cooper Flagg because he's a big Mavs fan. So good stuff there. But yeah, it was, I don't know, probably 6 miles to go to this place. And I hit it right in rush hour traffic. I was going over there for dinner. And it took 40 minutes to go 6 miles.
Wow.
And it cost $50 to get there.
Jeez.
So not ideal. A little cheaper coming back because I came back around like 9:30 or 10 local time, but still expensive. There's traffic nonstop in this day. Like, if you think Austin traffic's bad, you're right, it is. But come to Atlanta for a few days, and it could be worse.
Oh my God, go to some other cities. That's what people who complain about Austin traffic. I laugh. Go to Boston and Philly,
LA, New York. Yeah, just the bigger the city, the more traffic there is. So
God, that towel, BK, you can't. There's nothing. I mean, if you wanted to shine your shoe, that's about it. But I don't know if I'd be buffing my ass with that towel.
I did see. You buff your ass? I guess it's like wiping. It's
across the back a little bit. Yeah.
This towel on the other side was signed by Deshaun Watson, and it said Deshaun was here. Is that a good sign for me?
That's not a good sign.
Okay. All right. Let's see what else we have here. Okay. Here we go. This is the ironing board. I didn't use it, but this is the ironing board that was in the closet. And what do you think that stain is, Buck?
You mean that's not the cover for the ironing board? That's just what it looked like?
Yep. That's the ironing board. I didn't use it. They did have an iron in there. A little bit of a surprise when I walked into the room. I wasn't expecting.
That's not bad. That's a nice little bonus. An iron.
What is?
You can always iron on the bed.
What is that? Oh boy, on those sheets and that comforter. I don't know if that would have been much better. But what do we think that's blood, isn't it?
That looks like blood. That little strap right there.
And it's a reddish dried out stain.
Somebody wiped their knife out after they stabbed somebody on the top of that.
That's where they wiped it off to hide the evidence.
They wiped it off right there.
It could be poop. It could be blood.
No, not everything's poop. It could be blood.
Not everything is poop. You're right.
It could be blood.
We're equal opportunity stainers here on TSU.
Wow.
I wish I stayed around this conversation longer. I was just walking into the lobby to go up to my room at the end of, one of these days. And I did hear a guy at the lobby talking to the man at the front desk complaining like, this is a brand new shirt. I used your iron and now it's got this stain on it.
Oh no. There's nothing like an iron that you turn on and it goes and you put it on warm and it becomes automatically like a toaster. You stick the iron on it and it sticks to the shirt.
Oh no, I don't know if that's what happened. Here's a little closer look at that stain that's going on. That feels more blood than feces.
Yeah, that's blood. That's the end of a knife. That's the tip of the knife where after the second stab wound.
Okay. All right. That's a scary thought, but I like that.
Watch a lot of court TV, so they'll wipe those stains off anywhere.
Little Sanford and Son. This is, I don't know if this will come across in picture, but the quality, the TV quality was horrible. I mean, it was so staticky, so frizzy.
That looks like the first of the color TVs that came out.
It might have been. It said Samsung, but it looked like someone had drawn those letters in Sharpie. So I think it
said
was
Sanford. Did it say Sanford?
Yeah, it said Sanford and Sung, actually, was the name of the TV there. So again,
my God.
In picture, it doesn't look that bad, or maybe it does. Y'all tell me. But
and that's not a picture of me playing hearts with my family. No.
No, no, it's not. But yeah, there's that. Let's see, what else do we have? Okay, so here is the view, like right off the elevator. This is what I turned left to. So again, the lobby is inside, and they do have some hallways that are inside. But I was on the 3rd floor. I took the elevator up to floor 3, and I got off, and I turned left, and this is what I saw.
No, you can easily be dragged out of your room and thrown off that balcony.
So this is, definitely. I'm sure people have been thrown off that balcony before. And I think it's a 5-story hotel. So,
oh my God.
I don't know if floor 3 would end you, but floor 5 would probably do the job. And so this is a motel, right? Like this qualifies as a motel with this kind of setup?
Yeah, anytime you have to go back outside, it's a motel.
Yeah, okay. So that was that.
Yeah, that's like MLK stepped out on one of those kind of balconies.
Yeah, I had a dream that I was staying somewhere else.
Yeah, really.
This week. What else? All right, here's the elevator. Like nothing too dirty there, but this is literally the entire size. Like you see my shoe. I'm standing in the back corner.
So about 2 other people could get in there?
It's a and thankfully I didn't have to share an elevator for any of my, trips up and
dude,
down.
I would have had a fit. I would take the stairs every time.
Yeah, it was, oh man, I didn't see the stairwell. I wish I had looked for the sake of getting pictures, but I didn't think I wanted any part of that
That's
stairwell.
when you find the people that live underneath the stairwells at night.
There would have been all sorts of stains there, and a lot of blood, I would think. So that, and again, I think I said this the other day, but it smelled like a high school locker room in those elevators.
Oh my God, there's nothing like old elevator pee. The smell of old elevator pee from the projects. Oh
yeah, it was a mixture of gym sweat and piss, and I'm sure someone has dropped a deuce or 2 in there, and I'm sure there.
Jesus, I've seen better jail cells.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, it's probably the smallest elevator I've ever been in. Like I've been in elevators in people's houses that are bigger than this. This is a hotel, a 5-story hotel with this bit.
Yeah, that looks like one of the elevators I'd go recruiting kids in the Bronx. You'd get into one of those.
So I think I also told the story of there was an elevator that was constantly open. Like the door would close when it was in use, but like unlike a normal elevator, when the door remains closed when no one's in it, this elevator would literally stay open.
I'm not getting in there.
And when I checked into the hotel, I pushed the up button in the lobby, and I was like, okay, maybe this one's broken. The other elevator is going to come down and get me. And it didn't. I'm waiting for 30 seconds. The light kept turning off. And I asked the guy at the front desk, I'm like, hey, is this work? What's the deal here?
These people are so mean. Come on, these people are trying to make a living at their motel. Come on,
man. And the guy's like, yeah, it works. So I walk into this elevator for the first time, and I push 3, and the door doesn't close for, I kid you not, 20 seconds. And I asked the guy, I'm standing there for 10 seconds. The door still isn't closed. I'm pushing the door close button at this point. It's still not closing. And I'm like, are you sure this works? And he said, yeah, it takes a minute.
Oh my God.
Like a literal minute? It felt like a literal 5 minutes. But the elevator that stays open was a thing.
5 stories, 0 stars. How many stars did you get on this hotel?
That's what it feels like. So that's it. I don't even know. There's some sort of video there, but there you go. There's the little slideshow, the little montage of photos that
5-star, 3-star. How many stars are on the website for this place?
3 stars.
3 stars.
Yeah, and not just their website. Like I didn't book it through their website. I booked it through like hotels.com or Kayak or one of those, travel sites. And it said 3 stars, and the reviews they weren't great, but like they were better than some other spots, like even name brand hotels in the area. So I'm like, all right.
BK, that's the worst is the towel. You can't do that.
No,
You got to
it's
take
bad.
a shower. You can't do that.
That was the hand towel. The shower towels weren't this frayed, but they didn't smell very clean when I got there, which is another.
And they're hard. And how about when you got a bad towel and you rub it on your body and it's like it scratches your arm. I'm like, I can't do this. That's what I do. I go Target immediately. I mean, I've gone, even if I'm staying in a nice hotel, I go to Target now. It's just a natural thing for me, from the airport right to the Target.
Yeah, that's a good move. And look, I don't think I will ever stay at a hotel or motel like this ever again. At least I hope I don't.
You mean you've learned a lesson after just one time?
I've learned a valuable lesson. Maybe do a little bit more research.
You've got to stay at the Knights Inn at least once, because in the window box, they have a place where you can stick an extra person to sleep up there.
Oh,
that's the catch is at the Knights Inn. There's an extra bed that's right next to the window. When you pull up the shades, there's a bed right there. It's like a little mattress on there. Those are pretty cool.
Oh, there's one more picture that I forgot to send myself. Let me see if I could do it real quick. There was a small little hole in the wall.
Oh, gee.
Not a bullet hole. It looked like, I think it's
Ask Mike G. He'll tell you, but is that a 22 caliber shell? Is there shell casings in the room?
No, I didn't see any of those. I was looking. Part of me was like, I should look at as little as possible, because I'm going to find more stuff that I don't want to find. But then it's like, for the show, for the bit.
Married guys wouldn't even take their girlfriends to those places.
No.
Oh my God.
No chance. Like this is too bad for them. Yeah, no, it looks like a screw. Now that I'm looking at this picture, it just looks like some old screw that someone left in a wall for some reason. And
the key is, when you're in a better motel, is what they have on the walls. Did you have a picture on the wall at all? Nothing from the history of the motel itself? Was it just bare?
No, there were. I don't remember what they were, but I do feel like there was a picture. I don't think it was like, of Atlanta or of the hotel. I think it was just pretty stock photos.
Something from the Confederacy, something to do with the Civil War up on the wall.
Yeah, maybe. Something you'd find at an estate sale, some like old ass artwork from some person who died a long time ago. Who knows? Maybe I should have looked and seen what was behind there. Maybe there were a few bullet casings or bullet holes on the wall, and that's what they were using to cover it up. But yeah, there it is. And I'm mad at myself. I should have taken a video. I couldn't figure out a way to do this by myself, but like of the sound the bed made when I would get on the bed, right?
Oh my goodness.
I'm not a great big fat person. So like I don't, normally when I jump on a bed, it doesn't make any noise. And this one, both beds, it was a pretty loud, audible sound when I just laid. Forget like jumping on the bed or hopping into bed. Literally, when I just got on there and laid down, it was making sounds. So
yeah, if your bed has the springs and there's wheels on it, you just got screwed. Or they had a roll-in bed, or one of those bad boys that come out of the couch. That's no.
Hey, if you want to support TSU, become a TSU agent and become a member, a channel member.
We got to tell these people when we travel, this is what we need. We got some great sponsors. We need to upgrade in our travel plans.
And I feel bad too. Like our travel partners hooked us up, and they supported us enough to where I could have stayed at somewhere nicer than this. This is just
you're
me.
Just a guy. Guys guys do that. I'm telling you, we do that. We're not afraid. We think that as long as there's nobody getting shot. But once you came out of the elevator and then had to go outside to your room, you should have known. Or once you saw that.
Yeah. Boys, we'll bring on Wags and Ty Henderson filling in again for Double R on Chaos Theory.
Wags, look at that vent, buddy.
Any
guesses? Is that mold?
Yeah, I was going to ask if you guys had any guesses on what this stain or these stains are in the bathroom vent at the hotel I stayed at.
The vent is upside down, right?
I don't care. It doesn't matter what it is.
Right.
But look at this thickness of that. I don't know if that's snow.
That ain't been touched. That ain't been touched in years.
Oh my God. You can die just from breathing that.
The housekeeper for that room has been fired, or there's just something going on paranormally in that room to where they don't go there. So
paranormal have been in that room from that.
I stayed there for 4 nights, and there was not a housekeeper that came by the entire time I was there.
He's been breathing that in, Wags, right there for 4 nights.
Let me see. What's your entrance look like? Can you show us the entrance again?
Yes, I can. Let me scroll.
I swore you were showing us Costa Rica pics for a minute there.
No, not quite as nice.
That almost looked like the walkway at our Costa Rica place, but
the floor. Well, yeah, Costa Rica.
Yeah. This is after you get off the elevator, Wags.
Yeah, Costa Rica, a super developed country, and it should be the same as downtown Atlanta, right? I don't know.
CV says, did your bed take quarters? Did you have to put quarters in there?
Oh, no, I didn't see. See.
You gonna go to the doctor when you get back?
Man.
Yeah, I probably.
Should. Just get a once over,
Yeah, and getting on a plane today, like that's a pretty rough combination of this hotel and then airplane.
And everything you have, throw in the wash, BK. Don't take anything out of your bag and put it on your bed or anything. Throw it dead into the washing machine and load her up with some of that Tyler Perry Campbell or whatever it is.
Bleach
detergent.
Did they throw it in the wash or throw it in the trash?
No, you can throw it in the wash. Okay. I don't know if bed bugs can swim.
You gonna burn it? Oh, if you got bed bugs, burn that shit.
Yeah. No, thankfully no bed bugs. At least
no bites, right?
No bites.
No bites. We're clean.
We're clean on that front. So, it was an interesting stay at the Inn at the Peach Trees Resort and Casino here in Atlanta.
Only the best.
But
you know what? Though I appreciate you because I know you're going to be using the funds for the rest of us here at the family.
That's right.
That's why you do what you.
When we get to Texas OU weekend, we're staying in a lap of luxury, brothers.
Wait, so this was a casino as well?
No, I'm kidding. no. This place had no redeeming qualities. A casino would have been very nice, but
they didn't even have a little slot area. You go
no, I think Georgia's like Texas. Like it's a non-gambling state. Unfortunately,
not to put you on the spot, but you know me and my ADHD and my memory here. I'll probably forget about having this conversation with you. Has there been any conversations with Vegas about going out to?
There have been conversations. I sent them another email. Like I don't know. We'll see. We're hoping we're out at Circa in Vegas again, and hopefully we get a bigger squad.
I mentioned casinos, so it triggered my bell.
I mean that's Circa Resort and Casino is one of the nicest places to stay in the world. So that 100%, is
100%. I'm getting on that trip this time.
That's outhouse to penthouse if we go from
yeah.
And look, if anybody else made the trip, like Chip and Matt were here, but they with their other gigs, they had like their accommodations taken care of. If anybody else was on this trip and we pulled up to this hotel, I would have been like, we're moving. But for me, I'll tough it out.
We would have found the worst hotel.
He needs to experience that, Wags, like we do when we travel. That's been me traveling all my life, and I've now changed. I'm now a different man at 70. I won't do that any longer. If I'm going to travel, I got to have a good place to stay. And
I'm with you. But I think the first thing that goes through my head, especially if I'm just solo rolling Han Solo, I usually like, how long am I going to be in the room for? Basically just to eat, shit, sleep, right? Like that's it. And shower, right? Like you do that, and hell, you don't look at the amenities while you're sleeping, right? As long as there's no bugs or anything, you're fine.
There you go, Wax. That's the way I used to look at it.
This hasn't been touched, though, my guy. Like, I don't know what to tell you, bud. Like, I would ask for some money back, honestly.
Shout out to Double D. I mean, the crazy thing is.
Thank you, Double D.
I got a discount. Like, these rooms were going for $220 a night.
Oh, what a bunch of thieves.
And I got it, like, I found a half price deal on one of those travel websites, but I literally looked at other sites. I was like, all right, is this actually a deal? Other sites, like 4 nights were $800 or like $850, I think, for 4 nights.
Yep. Does it say in small fine print, no room service?
It doesn't. I didn't look. Shoot. If I would have done more research on the fine print, I would have stayed somewhere else. I didn't look at the big print. Forget the fine print. I didn't look at anything.
Is that where ICE is dumping off some of these people? BK, is that who's coming in the room next?
Yeah, I think so. Wow. I did hear a couple of knocks on the door next to me. I wonder if they got somebody.
Apple pies and ketchup.
No.
Yeah, that might have been
no,
their
boys,
bid.
we can't do that. Listen, you guys have a great rest of the day.
Oh,
later,
man.
Buck.
All right,
Later,
guys.
Good to see you again, Ty.
See you real quick. Before I bid y'all adieu, quick shout out, and we'll give them some love tomorrow. And Chip and Zay will be broadcasting here this afternoon. But one more thank you from me in Atlanta for our travel partners, Sue Patrick, AV Consultations, 7-Eleven, and Port O'Connor Premier Lodge. Again, they did better. Don't hold my crappy hotel against them. That's user error right there. That's not sponsor error. So thanks to them for hooking us up. Thanks to you guys for taking over. I'll be tuned in.
Later, brother.
See ya.
There he goes. Here we are. Welcome to an edition of Chaos Theory with my guy, Ty Henderson, sitting in for my partner in crime, Rodney Rodriguez. You can follow Ty Henderson on Texas Guy Ty all over social media. Make sure you hit him up on his Instaface, his Brand X/Twitter. Get at him on his TikTok too. That way you can see some of his college football 2026 Dynasty matches that he puts out there. Also hit me up on Brand X at Not the Fake Wags, and then on Instaface at the Wagger Wire. I think I am Not the Fake Wags on TikTok. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already, and then hit us up on those lottery numbers for the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Again, 512-222-9328, so you can get a part of this conversation. Like I said, smash the subscribe button so you get your crowns too. Ty, I don't know if you're new to that or not. You get crowns now if you are a member and subscribe to I guess any channel on YouTube, but that's the new thing. It's crowns.
Interesting.
Yeah, man. So what you got go? Hey, big shout out everybody in the chat. We're giving Ty a warm welcome. Ty paid his mortgage last night on a nice little what'd you play? A $2 ticket, $2 lottery ticket, and turned it into 2,000.
It was $35, but
35. Gotcha.
It was initially a 10-leg NBA Summer League and WNBA parlay. There was 3 voids in there, so it ended up being 7 winning legs. But it definitely, after about a month and a half, 2 months of just being a loser pretty much every day, it was nice to at least recoup the money lost in the past few months.
So with that, I was getting ready to say that Ty probably hit a mortgage payment, right? Or a rent payment. But I didn't know that you went on the slide for about a month. But that's the business. It's ups and downs, man. It's peaks and valleys,
It's the summer. I mean, it's the dog days.
When you're betting, and that's the first thing I said to you. I said, my God, dude, you're chasing on NBA Summer League. He goes, and WNBA. He even threw that in there. And WNBA, but he had the 3 voids too. 7-leg parlay, my guy, taking it down last night. Big shout out, big clap from the chat for Todd.
Thank you. I know Bucky would be proud of my.
Bucky would be. We didn't
my
get
WNBA
about that on Crosstalk, but yeah, that's. I knew that's. When BK mentioned the casino, that's when you would be chimed up and getting into the conversation there, man.
Yeah, no, I was actually just on vacation. Speaking of the casinos, with my girlfriend and her parents. She's an only child. And we were in Bonaire in the Caribbean, and there was 2 casinos on this little island. And I promise you, I pestered all 3 of them. Probably not the best look, pestering your girlfriend's parents to go to the casino, but didn't get to go.
That's not the first interaction that you guys had, though, right?
No. First like vacation together. I mean, I wasn't on them the whole time, but we'd go to dinner every night, and I'd be like, casino after casino? Come on, just a few hands of blackjack. So. Definitely, y'all talking about Vegas got me itching again. That's
you come in looking like a banker / golfer. There, did you watch any of the Open at all this morning?
No, I saw some of the bigger names are teeing off here.
I mean, of course, you're actually at your real job here, but I mean, wondering. But I figure with the night that you had last night, you'd walk into the balls, kind of throw that stub at and be like, cash this out for me right now.
Yeah, no, it's. I definitely walked in and informed my coworker who has the same position as me, and You know, sometimes you feel like, not in this scenario, he was happy for me, obviously, but like I have a roommate who, you know, we both were young in our late 20s, struggling with money, and he seems to get pissed off every time I tell him, like, I sent that winning slip last night, and he was just like, nice. Like, don't tell me unless like I'm on it with you. I'm like, dude, come on, just be. We're both. Sorry, you broke up there.
He's giving you shade. He's throwing you shit because you didn't let him catch on the tail there.
It's like jealous girl vibes, and
yeah, but also, that's his fault that he didn't get on the tail.
I sent it, and mind you, this was a 300 times, like at 300x play. So like I sent it, and I was like, hey, hop on my 300x play with 10 legs, and I'm sure. You know,
just tell them scared money don't make money. Don't hate me because I'm beautiful right now.
But it's you see that a lot. You know, there's a lot of jealousy in that space.
A lot of haters
on Twitter. Oh yeah, no.
A lot of haters.
You can't have a gambling like social media account without having at least 20 people on your ass every single day being like, shut this account down, you suck, blah blah blah.
Right.
So I mean, which we all know that to be a professional handicapper, it actually is probably one of the hardest things on this planet to do. So I'm definitely not even close.
Yeah, if somebody once told me they were over 70% on their bets, and I'm like, you're on 70% on your bets, and you're not in Vegas, buddy. You're not making a career of this in Vegas. You're out here with 70% of winners, and you're living in a dog shit shack. Are you kidding me?
We used to talk about it on the Wagner Wire. What was the actual percentage to be considered a professional? I think it's like 62%.
Yeah, but I honestly,
which
I
is
think
still
like,
insane.
To be like a top tier winner, it's like 60
like you,
right?
You could have
like if you're 51 or 52, you're winning.
I'd
right?
probably
like
still say you're down.
Or 52% tie, you're winning.
Yeah.
I mean, you're still straddling 500, but you're above the 500 threshold. You're in the winning form. I wouldn't call that great, but I mean, you're winning more than you're losing.
Definitely,
sure, you'd like to be 55-45, kind of, but
I'm probably at about 38%, 35% percentage at this point. So, but when football comes back around,
night, though, man, big night for you last night.
Yeah,
were you able to catch any of the ESPYs last night?
So I watched most of Shane Gillis's monologue this morning when I woke up. I honestly didn't even know. I knew he was hosting. I didn't know it was last night, but I think that from what I watched, the 10-minute monologue, that's probably the best decision that Disney ever made by hiring him to, be the host. Because
I'm actually surprised that they let him be the host.
Oh, I know. Well, yeah, and he kept on during the monologue being like, "Hey, they let me write this, or they let me say this." Like all this is.
So he makes the Epstein joke. He goes, "Well, there was an Epstein joke in here, but it got deleted." You know what I mean? That was, dude. I was dead. But besides the monologue, like I was kind of meh, right? Until they did Corso, right? Like, that's what I wanted. I wanted to see if you were able to see, the Trojans send Lee Corso off. Man, it's gonna be.
I wasn't. No.
Dude, they brought the band on. A lot of people are kind of hit or miss with McAfee. McAfee seems to be the guy kind of getting the mantle passed to him from Corso. If it's my observation, I feel like McAfee's going to be like your rah-rah guy, or the guy that kind of brings the hype, right? Like, he goes to the campuses, he gets the kicking going and everything. It's a good bit. But I don't think he's going to be putting the head on like Corso does. But of course, every studio or every broadcast, crew, needs a rah-rah. It needs a hype guy, right? Looks like McAfee's going to be that hype guy. McAfee just last night just basically humbled in all of Lee Corso, making it his night, rightfully so too, making sure that coach he kind of looked a little overwhelmed or whatever, but he had to go around and McAfee was showing, all the, the USC Trojans behind him too. And it was, I don't know, they came back and they put the band helmet on him and shit. It was great. It was good to see Lee Corso, but it was also bittersweet too, because it's just going to suck seeing him go, right? Like when you have a staple or an iconic person in the institution like that, that's been with you for your life, right? Like,
yeah,
as far as I can go back thinking of someone covering college football, it's been Lee Corso, and I think that's why I'm kind of like just in a surreal moment, because it's a huge piece, not just my life, our lives, right? Like, think back on everything of college football. It's probably had Coach Corso in it, right? And ever since he's been involved with the broadcast. So I don't know. It's just it's a passing of the torch, man. It's a change in time. It's a change in era, and it's tough to watch. It's hard to watch. It needs to happen, right? But I mean, it's just hard.
Yeah, no, I was about to say it's definitely sad, but I think I've been waiting for this moment for about 5 years now, if not longer.
You're right. I mean, they've been in kind of like a shame on ESPN for kind of doing this, but yeah, I mean, I'd also think it was Lee Corso trying to stay relevant or trying to stay on the broadcast.
Was it though?
Too, right?
Do you think it was him that wanted to be out there?
I mean, he doesn't want to go, and like he loves the guys that, or all of us do. Like we love the people that we work with. We don't ever want to say goodbye. Like when we say goodbye, that's usually when everything starts slowing down for you, right? You want to stay in the conversation. You want to stay around your friends or stay in the party as much as possible, right? I go to parties sometimes until 4. It's hard to leave when you can't see the door. Great.
I don't know what it's like to be an 80-year-old man, and
right. I mean, me neither. But I'm sure, like when I get, I don't know, I say that, and I'm 44 now, and I'm to the point where I don't even want to be around big crowds and shit like that now. So.
But it definitely, most people don't get to do what they love for that long, so it's bittersweet, but I think McAfee will do a great job kind of being
yeah, I'm ready for it.
Here's the crazy guy.
One thing though, like I don't want I'm all about people getting their brand out there, right? And like I kind of said this a couple of days ago. You weren't on the show yet, but we don't know how long McAfee don't know how long his run's gonna last for, right? So he's trying to make the most of it, trying to optimize on on his output as much as possible. I'm alluding to him being in WWE. Like, I want to say pick a lane, but if you're McAfee, man, maximize on it, of course, right? Like optimize on your return on investment here, on your ROI, right? But I it's hard for me to take McAfee seriously if he's over in making splashes in WWE and doing backflips in WWE, and he's coming on and trying to be an analyst. That's my only take on it, or that's my one bad take on it, or negative take on it rather. I would like to see McAfee stay as an analyst or just do his show, but I get it. That's kind of his brand too. And maybe he's trying to make a splash or a crossover in the WWE.
I mean, think of it as he's the new Stephen A. Smith. How many times have you tuned into an ESPN broadcast?
Jumping off the top turnbuckle doing backflips.
How many times have you tuned in to any kind of ESPN broadcasted sporting event and Stephen A. Smith is on the panel, and it's like you could have a Monday or Sunday night baseball game and it'd be like Tim Kirchin and Stephen A. Smith up there, and you got him. They're just going to push these main three: Scott Van Pelt, Stephen A. Smith, Pat McAfee. If you're not sick of them, and the next, I mean, nobody's ever going to get sick of Scott Van Pelt, but the other two, I think that's.
Hold on, you get stale on Tim Kirchin?
No, I mean, I think ESPN's. I don't even know if he's on. Is Tim Kirchin on?
He still does ESPN.
Yeah,
baseball.
Okay. Yeah, ESPN baseball sucks. I can't.
Yeah, I mean. Honestly, I can't. I like Nightingale better than Passan, Jeff Passan. I don't know if you follow Bob Nightingale for baseball, but
I don't know.
He's not exactly everybody's favorite, but Passan just gives so much more ESPN fluff now because of the 4-letter network and everything, and Disney and shit. They got to be so politically correct. Nightingale, boom, just gives you news. That's it, man.
Well, yeah, no, if I'm watching, I mean, I'm getting kind of off the rails here, but if I'm watching MLB, I have the MLB pass. That's like one of my business expenses monthly, because it's like
Harold Reynolds and that crew, man. That's probably the best crew to do it, right?
Who I honestly don't know any of their names, but I all the local broadcasters, because you get to choose which broadcast you listen to.
Right on. Yeah, I got you. I usually just watch the main thing, MLB Central.
I think I've told you before, but my roommate right now, who is the guy that's salty about my bets sometimes, he watches every single Mets game. He
is he a Mets fan?
Yes, he's not. He's not missed a Mets game in, I think, 3 years. He does his work schedule around watching the Mets. So I get a lot of Mets broadcast. I know that whole Keith Hernandez and that whole crew, which is they're one of my favorites now. But and being in Austin now, you can watch, if you have cable here, you can watch the Rangers, which
I didn't know that's not true. If you have cable, okay, because I have YouTube TV and I still can't watch.
You don't?
Like I have
Fubo.
I have to get Bally. I have to get Bally's or some shit.
Victory Plus. I think. Well, if you have Fubo in Austin, you can watch the Rangers, which is awesome. So, but that if we're on baseball, the Rangers this whole season has been.
I don't know. Hey, the bats are starting to light up, or I guess starting to catch a little bit of fire.
Yeah, but whenever the bats are hot, the bullpen.
The arms are down. No, you're right. You can't put it all together.
You can't have. I don't know where we stand, coming out of the break here, but about a week or two ago, they were the number one bullpen, number one staff in the AL, and I think 29th or 30th, batting wise, and it's a shame. It seems like since the magical postseason run, either the staff isn't working or the bats aren't hitting, and it's terrible to watch because I try to watch as many Rangers games as I can.
I mean, it's still within taking here, right? The
three games out.
Astros are starting to Astro. They're starting to soar a little bit here. 56-40, and then Seattle, the M's, 51-45, and then Rangers right there, right behind them, right 48-49. So still on the doorstep. But it's just like it's kind of the joke that we always go to here on the show. I mean, it's not just on the show. I think it's out there. It's an adage it's an adage in baseball, right? It's death taxes in the Astros, winning the division in modern day baseball, man. It just happens like that.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It's been rough for it's been some peaks and valleys for your Rangers, but it's been a lot of valleys for the Orioles this year, buddy.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's been bad. Like when you invest in all the bats and the bats can't hit, you got a problem, Mike Elias. You got a problem.
No, what do you do with Adley Rutschman? You trade him?
I think he's just in a slump. He's prone. I don't think he's prone to injury, but you got to wait for him to come back off of this oblique. They drafted 2 catchers, and they had a catcher, at the end of the second round last year. So I don't know. I'm starting to think what Mike Elias is seeing, but yeah, I'm with you. Like, why in the hell would you trade Adley Rutschman?
No, he'll be a Yankee soon. Don't worry.
Dude, I've seen it happen. I have seen it happen. Like that's. I have PTSD, not from the military, from the Orioles making shitty front office moves. That's what's happening.
Hey, 2 bold predictions here. I don't know if it will happen this season or next, but in the next 3 years, O'Neill Cruz and Adley Rutschman will be New York Yankees. I can promise you that if there's 2 guys that have Yankees written in their future, Adley Rutschman and O'Neill Cruz.
Don't say that sucks so bad, but
I hate the Yankees, but
you're right. Like it sucks because I think Skeens too. I think the Yankees buy Skeens as well. Yankees got some bats in their farm, and that's the thing too. Like I don't know if you heard Jeter on Major League Baseball or the MLB Network the other night after the All-Star game, but he actually picked the Orioles to win the World Series last year based off of the front office making moves, like him predicting the front office would be able to get out in front of it and make moves during the trade deadline, right? The Orioles have so many pieces that they could have leveraged in their farm system or in their minor league. But they didn't want to pull the trigger. Michael Elias didn't want to pull the trigger and shift some things around to get some big bats or big arms into into the Orioles ball club here. It sucks to say that because when you have the pieces like that, and the window with mid-market to small market clubs just doesn't stick around long enough, right? Like Kansas City's market when they won their World Series was probably 2 to 3 years, right? Houston's a bigger market club. Now Texas, like where would you consider Texas? Is Texas big market or mid market?
Probably mid. I mean, Dallas.
I would think mid.
Obviously
I would think mid too, right? Like a mid market club.
In terms, I don't know. I feel like if it was in downtown, if there was a ballpark in downtown Dallas, it would be different. But I don't know. I'd probably mid to bit, like mid to large. somewhere in that.
So
in
probably
that range.
like a tweener, like a hybrid in there. Like Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's a mid-market club. But they haven't exactly been in a winning pocket yet. Tampa Bay's I would say a mid-market club, right? You know, when they get to their
I think that's small market.
They can't stick around their peak that long, right? Because they just can't, bring in influx the money as much, right? I feel the same way with Baltimore, right? That's the same type of bullshit. When you get the mid-market clubs, with the window of success or a chance to actually get some championship contention there, you got to take your shot. And Michael I has failed to do that. And that, anyways, that's my rant.
You're making me want to watch Moneyball now.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Speaking of which, watched about 2 weeks ago, man. Still one of the best to do it. Jonah Hill's character, man. Jonah Hill's character changing everything up in baseball. Hey, real quick, let's take a ride out to Covert Bee Caves and hear from our wonderful friends out there at Covert Bee Caves about the Kingdom of Chariots that you guys need to be riding around in. Here they are.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, they are. Right outside of Austin, you will find that Kingdom of Chariots there. It is Covert Bee Cave. Also, guys, there is a new lawyer in town. It is Hecht Law Firm. Right? When the storm hits, you got to call Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in Austin. Proud Longhorn fighting in Texas and a fellow Texan. Ryan's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same passion and pride and fire right to the courtroom. Injured in a car accident, you got the dog biting you, or you injured on a job, you got to give Ryan a call, man. Call Hurricane Hecht right now. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade. You don't pay unless you win. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets the money in your pocket like Ty does every night with his sports betting tickets. Aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with the clients. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he'll fight like hell to make it right. Austin-based Texas, proud, supporting local sports and business and local families. Friend of the show. He's been with BK, went to school with BK, and he's a fighter for the people. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let Hurricane Hecht blow the doors in case wide open. Give him a call, 512-938-8929, 512-938-8929. That website is Ryan@HechtLawFirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT Lawfirm.com. Tell him we sent you. All right, Ty, where were we, amigo?
I think we were kind of all over the place there.
Usually we are. It is chaos theory after all. Real quick before we venture too far off of college football, we had some media days. We got some sound in here. We did actually have sound from Sark. It was actual good audio, but I saw 2024 on the UI, so I freaked yesterday. I was like, oh, it's old audio. It's old audio. So I paused it real quick so we didn't hear old stuff. So we'll hear from Sark a little bit today. I had a good segue for the linebacker room, but I kind of blotched it yesterday, man. But also wanted to get your thoughts. Was delving down a little bit of a rabbit hole, right? Because we were doing QB positions for SEC, and we did the quarterbacks, and Simmons came to mind for Alabama, and it got me thinking, right? Like I heard Kalen DeBoer speak a couple of days ago. It's hard for me to believe that you can't inherit a traditional program like Alabama and be a optimal head coach like DeBoer and shit the bed, right? Like you got to figure it's going to be a little bit of a rough start and transition. Okay. You'd like to think that ultimately the cream will rise to the top. And I'm thinking that Simmons could be that cream. And it got me thinking, like, if he was able, what he was able to do with Penix, what can he get out of Simmons too, right? Now, look, I don't know if he's clearly not a Heisman front runner, but is there a chance maybe that he could be a Heisman sleeper? And it got me thinking, what are some other Heisman sleepers out there too? Dylan Edwards is an electrifying player, all right? And probably it's because I got my ass kicked against Kansas State when I played this, college football game here. But this dude just absolutely tore me up. Is there a chance that Kansas State with the backfield of Avery Johnson, and you sprinkle a little bit of Dylan Edwards in there. Now you get some RPO going there. Is there a chance that Kansas State can actually put a whooping on the Big 12, and then maybe we get a little bit of Dylan Edwards chirping in people's ear and saying, "Hey, Heisman sleeper, Heisman sleeper"? You think that could come to fruition this year?
I just don't see a running back winning the Heisman anytime soon. I think that kind of running back
closest we got was Genty last year, right?
Yeah, well, that's
true. And even he wasn't allowed to do it, but I don't know, maybe whispers of sleeper.
I think if any non-quarterbacks win the Heisman this year, it's one of the two big wide receivers, Jeremiah Smith or Ryan Williams. But and it's hard to give a Heisman. That's part of the reason why Genty didn't win last year was because he played for Boise State, and Kansas State Power 5 team, yes, but is Kansas State?
No, they're not a conversational piece, right?
Doesn't pop off the page when you read, Kansas State Heisman winner, Little Apple, Manhattan, Kansas. No, so no, I don't. I can see Kansas State being good this year. I think it's a make or break year for Avery Johnson. Had all this hype coming in, performed well early, and then last year they kind of shit the bed. So could Kansas State end up in the playoff? Yeah, yes, I can see that, but Heisman winner, I don't think so.
All right, hypothetical reason Kansas State goes to a playoff, right? Does Edwards, if of course this is based off if Edwards has any type of season that Genty has, right? And again, this is based off of a video game that happened, the video game scenario that happened, which got me starting to roll, right? This dude Edwards, this guy dropped, and again, it was probably my second or third time playing online Dynasty at this time, but Edwards carved me up. I think he had like 130 on the ground and another 70, maybe even over 80 just throughout the air, right? Like they were using a little bit of a halfback circle, and then they would do the RPO and just leak Edwards out and then just put Edwards on a fly. Once he had the linebacker on him, it was patered. It was done. I couldn't even get the nickel back over there in time, like pull my guy off of him and put it on Edwards. He would just smoke him. So that's what kind of got the hypothetical thinking, is Edwards that electrifying? Like I remember what he used to do on Colorado, and Colorado was fantastic in the beginning of the seasons. Beginning games of the season, right? Now, sure, they were playing some cupcakes, but still, like I thought Edwards was a big part of their offense. And once Edwards kind of got hurt and sputtered out a little bit, that's when Colorado sputtered too. So I would think Edwards, the advent of Edwards on Kansas State with the backfield and RPO, potential of Avery Johnson, it could be a pretty dangerous team in the Big 12.
Yeah, I can tell you're hurting from this dynasty. It's really having a psychological effect on you.
I played the computer last night. I played Iowa and got beat 27-7, or 27-3. I didn't even score an effing touchdown. I had to kick a field goal so I wouldn't get kumita'd.
It's tough. I surprisingly.
And there's no way these guys are on Heisman. There's no way they're playing on Heisman level. Like we got people in our leagues that are beating the computer by 3 touchdowns, 3 scores, 4 scores, right? There's no way. Like I'm struggling to make completions. I'm struggling to sustain drives. I can't even get on the board. I'm kicking field goals to salvage points. And these guys, you're talking to a guy that actually helped create and develop 25. You're telling me there's that much of a difference between 26 and 25? No, these people aren't playing by the rules. They're cheating.
They're probably using cheese plays. I will
it even
say
says
that,
in the rules not to use cheese plays.
Okay, it's fair. It's fair, but you can still do it technically. You can hide it. But tonight, tonight we'll get on the chat together on Discord, and we will, we'll figure out some of your settings, because I think that's an issue. You had to change a few things, or at least I did at the beginning, to make it a little bit more playable.
I gotta tell you, I went with Texas's playbook. Not a fan of the playbook. Like last year was fine, but there's so much motion in the playbook.
Yeah, a lot of cute stuff going on.
Yeah, and that's just it too, right? Like the defense keys on strengths in this game. Like the AI automatically keys on. And by the way, if you guys haven't picked this game up, I'm pissed off because I'm losing, right? But you don't want to play a game that you're constantly winning. Like that's just, I guess that can be fun if you don't like a challenge, but and people like to pad stats. I understand that, and work on your dynasty and start building your pipeline. I understand that, but the recruitment is a game inside of a game, yes, for sure. but still, like, you don't want to be out there beating the opposition or beating the computer by 50 each game.
No,
right?
definitely.
You just don't.
It's almost like losing, like you have so early in the season, like you realize that you're not going to have a fresh slate for.
Bro, I'm going 3-9.
You know, like 2 weeks probably at the earliest. So it's like it feels like a real football season. You know, like when back in the day when you couldn't really take a loss in college football, Texas would lose. You know, the great example is when we lost to Maryland those 2 years. It's like, all right, well, the season's fucking over. It's over. It's over. Like I waited all summer. You know, I had all this hype.
No, hold on. Well, at least we could still. We're going for the Big 12, right? We're going to win the Big 12, right? That's where we're at. That's what we said to justify it. So
yeah, so there's a lot of similarities. It really, for me, just gives that that competitive outlet that I've been missing from my life since pretty much high school sports. So even though I'm not doing anything athletically, it still feels like I'm beating some ass on there virtually.
There you go. Hey, real quick, if you want your setup, if you want your man cave setup, fit and optimized for video games, baseball, hockey, basketball, golf, you got to give AV Consultations a call, man. 512-255-8678 are the lottery numbers. Here's a word from our friends over there in a little bit of a baseball format.
Now, stepping up to the plate is a household name, weighing in at roughly 115 pounds with a wingspan of 98 inches. It's Samsung.
Kid, I know it's baseball season, but this isn't what I meant when I said to incorporate sports into the company commercial.
Sorry, old man. I just want everyone to know that audiovisual consultations can make your home feel like a stadium.
That's true. Audiovisual provides stadium surround sound, huge screen video, controlled lighting, and even temperature control. On our roster, every customer is an MVP.
Sounds like audiovisual knows how to score a home run with our customers.
All right, kid, that's enough with the baseball puns.
But I'm trying to tell everyone that audiovisual is a real catch. You'll love our services.
Kid?
There's nothing coming out of left field when you give us a call. We won't break your balls.
Kid, we only have a minute.
Pitch, please. I don't need your attitude right now.
Rest assured, listeners, audiovisual is much better at installing and designing custom home theaters than we are at making jokes.
Just check our stats. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
Very best to do it. avconsultations.com. They've helped so many of us out over the years here. Big supporters of Texas Sports Unfiltered, and hell, one of the traveling sponsors, I believe. And also, man, it's like I said, it's not too late, man. It's perfect time, right? Get on out there, get that pool, get that patio, the TV on the patio right now. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. All right, Ty, where you want to go next, buddy? We got
the Tom McKay commercials I've noticed they've simmered down a bit. I wasn't able to hear that one, but I don't know if y'all get a different edition, but I've been hearing some around town. It seems like toned it back a little bit. What's up with that, Tom?
What do you mean? What do you mean pulled back? What do you mean dialed back?
Well, I used to.
Are you saying Tom's a wild guy? Are you saying Tom's a vibrocious guy? A boisterous guy?
Back in the day, about the old station, having him come in to cut up some audio was one of my favorite days because he always had something crazy he was going to say or wanted me to do for him.
Creative. Now it's a baseball pun. I don't know if you heard this one. This was a lot of baseball puns. This one was with the kid. The kid is now the social media guru here for
she's very nice.
Tom. Tom's getting on that digital forefront and digitizing. Good. So yeah, getting a little bit younger with audiovisual consultations. The kid does that, man, and then she brings some fresh stuff with the puns there for the commercials and shit like that.
Well, there you go. Well, I'm moving next month, so I'll have to hit him up.
It's not tuned down and pulled back a little bit, but it's a lot more professional with the kid there, right? Which is very odd to say because they're both very professional. But the kid's been on point since she was like 6.
Oh yeah, no, she's
actually longer than that, or earlier than that, as a matter of fact. All right, man. So we were talking a little bit of college football before we got into the break, and out of the break, we're going to continue to talk about it. We had Venables Venables was on the podium yesterday for college or SEC media days, and he mentioned a little bit about what it was like to play UT. Here's his remarks on UT.
I want to talk Red River a little bit. In your first 3 seasons as the head coach at Oklahoma, you're 1-2 in the Red River. You've been outscored 37-117 and scored just 3 and 0 points in the 2 losses. What do you think the key is to getting your offense going in those games against Texas, and how important is that game to your program and to your fan base?
Yeah, well, I would say 2 of the 3 years we were, at some key positions. We're in a really tough spot, but I think 2 years ago was reflective of the type of game that it should be and will be moving forward. But we got to play better. We got to coach better. We got to play better. And that's a wonderful venue, as good as there is in all of college football. I've said it a lot. It's better than any national championship environment that I've been in. And I believe part of that is because of all the corporate that's at a national championship game. You're looking at 30+% maybe corporate that aren't really invested. And there's not a heartbeat in that stadium in the Cotton Bowl that's not heavily invested with a little bit of hate in their heart. So we'll get back on track. Look forward to that opportunity in October when it gets here.
What, in your opinion, what does Venables have to do to get it back on track? Because Mateer and company, I mean, hell, last year you could say that they didn't even have a wide receiver that they were able to throw to, and Texas should have blown the brakes off of them and beat them by 50 instead of 30. But I mean, in your opinion, Ty, you've been around it for a while now. You know what Venables is capable of. What does OU have to do to get back on that doorstep? He is right. He is right. Like, it was, 2 years ago was more of a realistic competition, but like last year, that's kind of an anomaly. You just got to throw that one out.
Yeah, I agree with that. I couldn't hear the audio, but I think I know probably the clip that they were talking. That was the one of the reporter at basically asked him why they
why you struggle so much in the Red River. So.
Yeah. I think his days are numbered. I love the optimism from the the Sooner fan base, that the new quarterback coming in is going to be the next coming of Sam Bradford or whatever they think is going to happen. But I mean, this dude, he was good at Washington State, but you're playing San Jose State and a bunch of other Mountain West schools all year. That's a lot different than coming into the SEC, especially when, like you said, position player wise, they made some additions, but you got a bunch of unproven guys out there going again this year.
Still, yeah.
The defense has gotten better in the past few years, but I still don't think.
Yeah, but I feel like Venables always has a decent defense, right?
Yeah,
if it's one thing Venables knows, it's defense.
I think that OU at this point, at least the administration, probably regrets hiring Venables. Great guy. I think he's definitely a great developer of young men and getting his message across. But I just think to be a head coach at OU coming into the SEC and to underperform to the extent they have at this point is unexcusable, especially when Texas is essentially dominating, not just in football, but essentially every sport in the SEC except for basketball. So it's not a good look. And I think they'll probably go like 7-5 this year and then make a change. Maybe they can get Lincoln Riley back after he gets fired from USC.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Would Lincoln Riley even want to come back to Norman?
No, I think when he gets canned, he's gonna have
he's done, right?
He's gonna have the Cliff Kingsbury get fired from Tech.
Those edges and tips have been burned, right? To perfect. There's no more coming back.
Definitely. I mean, you can't. He spurned that whole fan base and administration to go to a California school. You think the people of Oklahoma are going to appreciate him just leaving? What is considered probably one of the best programs in college football to go to California? No, I don't think so.
Jake says the Venables don't change anything. They're doing great.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, keep going. But I mean, who knows? They could surprise us this year and come out, and Mater could be a beast, but I don't think so.
I've been saying Mateer. I've been putting the emphasis on the T.
Maybe. I didn't say it earlier because I've heard it both ways, and I didn't want to sound like an idiot, but I probably just did. So
I'm used to sounding like an idiot. My wife calls me an idiot every day. I just own it. That's all. Hey, real quick, before we get it wild and crazy and get to the top 5 wheel picker here, this is your cherry day for Ty here. We're gonna do the wheel with Ty. Before we do the wheel picker here, we had some NFL news. Von Miller on the move to the Washington Commanders.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, Von Miller joins up, 1-year deal here. Going to join the Washington Commanders here. I'm trying to find the actual numbers that is going to be
probably
detailed in the deal itself here. But yeah, Von Miller, I don't have the actual what the price tag was for it, but he's joining up with the Commanders. Can the old Aggie get it done for the Commanders there?
I mean, he's pushing 36, 37
I
at
think,
this point.
30 right now. I believe he is 36 years old.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, situationally, if he can stay healthy, you might get 1 or 2 good rushes on third down from him per game. But I don't think you can expect a guy at that age, at that position, to be a huge contributor on your defense. I'd expect maybe 2.5 sacks, 3 sacks.
It's weird, right? Because it feels like Washington did like a fire sale, like a dumpster sale, right, with their defense 2 years ago, and then they're in of course Sweat. The price tag on Sweat you have to let go if you're trying to rebuild, especially around your quarterback, your new rookie quarterback. But then you go and you try and get some all-star on a discount, or I guess an old all-star on a discount rate. I'm with you. I don't know what Von Miller can do at 36.
Hey, Dan Quinn knows what he's doing though. If anybody's going to get the best out of him.
He's in the East. He'll probably, I would think that he could probably record a couple of sacks with the Giants, right? Probably get Dak once, maybe. It's scenarios, dictate everything here, right? I'm going based off of quarterback play, terrible quarterback play off the Giants. I'm thinking that maybe he could.
Is he back on
get one off the
steroids
Giants
again? Is he back on steroids? That's what he got popped for, right? I mean,
I think so. Yeah.
If he's missing, if he's getting by these tests, and who knows, that could change my opinion if he's roiding up late in the career. But
John Bader sits in. He may get cut before the season starts. I mean, that could be true too. They're only bringing him in on a 1-year deal, and there wasn't any. Would you take him?
Yeah, in the last 3 years, my Cowboys fandom has dissipated so much that I don't care. Let's just make it fun at this point.
It's not exactly been the best run of the mill for the Cowboys.
Well, Texas football being good has let me pull back from my Cowboys pain and fandom. It's a lot easier just to sit down, and then when they start losing, just be like, all right, whatever. I'm not going to let this ruin my Sunday night. It's been happening my whole life.
Man, it'll get better. Trust me, man. You could be a Giants fan.
You have 2 Super Bowls, and since I've been alive.
Don't give me that. Like it's been.
Don't give me that.
You're right. You're right. I'll take it.
It'd be so much worse.
I'll take it. But see, here's the thing, though. Dallas has been up. Like Dallas is always up. Like the Giants, it's been peaks and valleys, and then peak. We'll grab the championship and then back down into the dumpster, and then hey, here you go, one more time.
I would lose every game for 10 years. If you gave me one of those years in between that 10 years, if you win a Super Bowl, I would lose every game in between. I would take that deal.
I don't think you know what that's like yet. I think you're saying it because you don't know.
27 years of sucking. My entire life. Not even sucking. Sometimes it's even worse when they're good, and then they lose to the Giants in the first round.
Oh shit! Patrick adds into the chat with Ty here. I agree with Ty. Cowboys suck, but the Longhorns doing well definitely takes the bacon. Gotcha. Yeah, I'd agree with Ty. That's what John. You're getting some agreements here. All right, hey, without further ado, it is that time, man. We're about to close out the show. So on this Thursday, we got to give Ty his cherries here and bring on the wheel, the wonderful wheel where we pick between these great categories that we have for our top 5. All right, now, Ty, you can see a little bit more here. NFL unis, a little bit better here. NFL unis, actresses, female coaches, video games, adult film stars, dream cars, top 5 play-by-play announcers, best hockey sweaters, sex positions. Rodney's going to be upset if we hit the sex positions. I guarantee he'll be upset. World Series teams, racing movies, and that will be all. First and foremost, do you have any categories that you would want to add to this?
No, I think that pretty much covers everything in life right there.
Top 5 stripper. All right, stripper names. Okay. We're gonna have to add this in real quick. Excuse me, people. Let me add this. I want to get it in. Top 5 stripper names. Excuse me, I'm not the best typer. I don't know where they're at. Oh, the keys. Stripper names. Any other recommendations, gentlemen? Any other recommendations? Going once, going twice. Great. Here we go. All right, we're going to spin this wheel, baby. Bring this up to full screen. That way we can see it better. Here we go. Watch it be top 5 stripper names. Female coaches. I feel like we did female. Did we not?
Spin it again. I don't even know if I know 5 female coaches.
I feel like we did. We had Dawn. We talked about Dawn Staley and God, did we not?
Save that category for Bucky.
What's that?
Save that category for Bucky.
All right, we'll spin it one more time. Apologies. I'm pretty sure we did do that. I should have took it out of the wheel. It'll give it to us again. It's sex positions. Top 5 sex positions. Are you good with that, or will you be able to talk about that at your work?
What's up?
Is that safe for work?
Yeah, sure. Right. I got to get out of here in 4 minutes, so.
All right. So we'll have Ty doing the top 5 sex positions of his time tomorrow, right? Doing it from the bank, so he could potentially get fired here from his original job.
So we're doing this. We're doing this tomorrow, not right now.
Oh yeah. It's going to be tomorrow. Are you cool with that or no?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, bring this on. All right. I'm pretty sure, guys, that we did the coaches, and I'm sorry that we had it in there, right? Female coaches, but I'm sure we talked to about. I had Pat Summitt on my list too, right? I'm pretty sure we knocked that out there. Am I wrong? Could be wrong. Yeah, because we had Becky. Well, both of us had Becky Hammond as our number 1 coaches. So it's just a blunder on my part. Excuse me. I had to take it out of there. But anyways, yeah, that's our top 5. So we'll be doing sex positions tomorrow, Ty. Let's get ready. It's a Friday show, anyways. It's usually fun, and all over. It's more chaotic than usual, anyway. So, we had one more clip. I wanted to get to it. One more clip. It's Gillis on Belichick. From last night at the ESPYs. Again, Ty, it sucks because you can't hear the audio here, but just wanted to play this for everybody there. Again, ESPYs was kind of meh for me, but, having Gillis on there, and again, I'm not even really the biggest Gillis fan, but I thought he was pretty funny last night.
Hey,
but again, here's Gillis.
Is it cool if I hop off before you play this?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Ty. Thank you so much for your contributions. We'll talk to you tomorrow, buddy.
See you tomorrow. See you tonight for the Dynasty.
Later, brother. Yeah, I'll see you tonight. So I'm gonna get my my ass kicked again in this Dynasty League. But yeah, shout out to everybody that wants to check us out there. We will be posting the link for our Dynasty Leagues on Ty's TikTok and his social medias as well. So he usually puts the link out there so that you guys can watch the stream if you guys are wanting to do that. But anyways, last night at the ESPYs, Gillis made some jokes on nobody was safe, basically. Nobody was safe. Shedeur Sanders, got out, they made a Nepo joke of Shedeur Sanders and being like, no, it's not that everybody was giving him the Nepo favoritism. It was the fact that he was so good that he won the Alamo. He went 13-12 and won the Alamo Bowl, right? He was making fun of everybody. But anyways, Belichick was on his target and on his radar last night. Here's Gillis on Belichick with the Belichick joke.
Bucky is what Bill Belichick reads to his girlfriend before bedtime. They do. They read The Very Horny Caterpillar. The Little Engine That Could But Needed a Pill First. And of course, the classic "Good Night Boobs." That's my favorite one.
Yeah, some classic audio there from Gillis. Again, everybody knows that the disparity or age differential between Belichick and his girlfriend is insanely crazy. I think it's 50 years between he and Jordan. He's 70, I think, and she's 20. I don't actually know how old Belichick is. I think she's 24. But again, that's 66, 70 years. Who's really counting here? That's a long time. That's an absolute long time. But again, everybody's made the jokes and can Bill do it without enhancements or without supplements and steroid. We'll say steroids, right? We'll say steroids. All right. What else we got here before we get out of here? Reverse. Oh, I see you guys already good. The flying is this one? Is the flying V a position? I might need to be enlightened here. As a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, is the flying V a sex position? Hold on. Hold 20. We might be trying this. What is this? All right, I will look this up. I will absolutely look this up. Cleveland Steamer? The Cleveland Steamer is an actual position. I just thought that was an event that happens. I didn't know that was an actual position. Right? The Cleveland Steamer is when you just go by and leave the icing on the cake, essentially, right? I mean, God. Hold on. Ike chimes back in. One side leg up. The flying V. Oh, I see it now. All right. For those of you guys that aren't watching the television or watching the YouTube stream, I had to close my eyes and visualize what Ike was talking about. So the flying V. So picture one side leg up, right? Kind of like you're stretching out like a karate kick on the wall, right? Like if you guys ever do karate, I don't know how I'm making this parallel, but you guys ever do karate and you got to stretch your hamstrings and your quads out, and you kind of do a high kick and kind of stretch it out on the wall and lean back as far as you can and kind of stretch your groin out. That's kind of what Ike is talking about here with the flying V. Going to Pound Town. Here we are. So look, guys, save all these for tomorrow. I love that they're coming down and flooding the chat channel right now. That's fantastic. It's funny. But yeah, please make your all's list, right? And put them all in one, right? Don't just go like position 1, position 2, position 3. Put all your positions in one comment. That way we can read them all at the same time, because it's going to be all out of hand and all wacky tomorrow. But it'll be fun though. It's going to be a fun little Friday here. I don't know how much audio we'll have going around from SEC Media Days today. Who is on the podium today? I believe it's Kentucky. Who is on first here? Missouri opened up, and then it's Kentucky right now that's about to turn over. No, excuse me, that's at 10:50. Beg your pardon. But then we got Kentucky there, and then we got Arkansas. Coach Pittman's on there at 1 p.m. And then around 2:45, it looks like A&M will go on there to close it out here. Coach Elko will go on there to close this bad boy out. But anyway, maybe we'll get some audio from them as well. BK's been working hard at it. A little bit of a blunder last night, though, or yesterday. So I had a power outage, and we weren't exactly able to get out there and get some of the audio that we absolutely needed. But we'll try and work on it and get more audio going out today. But yeah, a lot of hiccups here on my end from yesterday, man. Power outage, probably out for about 4-5 hours. And here's the thing too, right? Like it's Texas. So I should have known this. My first thought was, all right, let's get some fresh air in here, right? Within 20 minutes. And everybody knows heat rises to the top, right? We've all had elementary science before. Within 20 minutes, probably there was no more cool air in the house because I also left the door open so the dogs could go in and out while I was in the shower. I had to take a shower, and you get out of the shower, you're already your temperature's elevated a little bit because of the hot water. Then you get out and you just can't stop sweating because there's no air conditioning. And again, considering what happened over the past 2 weeks, this is first world problems, and I feel awful even talking about this. But still, it's just like, man, like when you're in Texas and you plan everything around for air conditioning and you have no air, or you can't even get even a breath of fresh air because there's no wind in your backyard. It's just brutal. It's awful, man. So yeah, about 6 hours. I think it ended up being right around the 6 hour mark is when we ended up getting power back. But ultimately, we weren't able to do the app last night for the afternoon show. So I think that kind of took away from us collecting a little bit of audio. But everything's firing on all cylinders today. Everything should be good. So hopefully we'll be able to get out there and get some audio from Mike Elko. Let me go back to the chat channel here and see what's going on before we close this baby out. Okay, hold on here. Sorry, fellas, getting my windows done. All right, there you guys are. So usually what happens is everybody knows I have ADHD and space brain, right? To the T, to galore. So if I have your comments on while I'm trying to do a monologue or trying to talk or get any of the information I get out or that I need to get out, I get so damn sidetracked and crossed up because I just get my attention span is just all over the damn place. So, and I don't take Ritalin, as you can see. I don't take Ritalin. So I turn the comments off so that you guys don't, throw me off track and get me all haywire. So let me turn the comments back on here and address you guys. Wags, duh. Oh, okay. You guys are talking about, what are we talking about here? The sex changes. I don't know what the Wags, duh was. Probably on the flying V here. Then we go to Patrick. Put your hands on the toilet. Put one leg up on the tub. Is this still in the flying V? Are you guys still in the flying V? Come on, man. Dude, I can't stand when the power outage, especially during the summertime. Yeah, I know, but still, I feel bad because of, in consideration of all the flooding that's happened, right? And, here I am complaining about first world problems here, when you don't have centralized air, right? Like, how much of an asshole am I? But to your point though, it absolutely sucks, man. Like you just can't get cool. So here I was last night. You guys know that we're getting ready to install a pool here, coming this summer. But we got the baby pools out. We got 2 little baby pools out in the backyard. So I put one pool out there for Rocky. Bianca's terrified of the water, so she doesn't go into the damn pool. But I'm sitting here with my big ass in one baby pool, and then Rocky's just kind of straddling out, laying in the prone in the other baby pool. What? Just sitting out back, getting eaten up by mosquitoes during the day too. I got mosquitoes in my backyard, but yeah, just, I don't know, almost 4 or 5 hours, man, just sitting out in the backyard getting, I didn't even get too bad at sun-kissed either, man, but I don't know. Hopefully, we don't lose power like that anytime soon, but yeah, it absolutely sucks. Absolutely sucks. All right, guys. Real quick, give you an update on the Open before I get out of here. Looks like Olson's still in command here. There's a few people tied for first. Lee, Olson, Fitzpatrick are your top 3 on the leaderboard there, and we'll keep you up to date. I don't know how much more Open talk you'll get through the afternoon, especially with A&M being on the podium and Elko being on the podium today. I'm sure that Chip and Zay will be having some good coverage there from SEC Media Days. I see the guys in the background here. Going to pull them on. What's up, Will? What's up, Jordan?
How are we doing on this lovely Thursday?
Lovely Thursday, guys. I got some good news. Stick around tomorrow. We got sex positions, top 5 sex positions for our top 5. So I'd love to hear your all. And now, look, I know you guys are new to the game, but still, I'd love to.
It really is a shame.
I'd love to hear your all thoughts. As a matter of fact, I used that line last night. I got my ass worked. I'm in this online Dynasty. I got worked 27. I'm at Iowa State right now.
That was a rough transition, Wag. Sorry, but that was really, going from there to saying you got your ass worked.
Usually it gets pushed in, Will. Anyways, so yeah, got my ass worked in college football 26 last night. Am I washed? 27-3. Didn't even get on the board. 27-3. Am I washed?
Who were you? Who were they?
Iowa State.
And who were they?
Kansas, or excuse me, they were Iowa.
That's not great.
Why are you playing as Iowa State?
Yeah,
You can't use top 10 teams, right? And I was one of the last people to come into the league, so it was between them or Florida, and I went with Iowa State over Florida.
You are a moron.
Come on, man, Rocco Becht.
Dog, Lagway is OP.
On the game, he's pretty nasty. Yeah,
that's what we're talking about. The game,
he's pretty nasty. But Rocco Becht is an 88 in speed too, so
he's a Lagway at 90.
And that I think he's 91, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, and he's 241 pounds.
Yeah,
Colorado's a sneaky good team in this game too.
So is Kansas State. I got worked by Kansas State. Dylan Edwards chewed me up pretty nasty.
And Boise State's great. Maddox Madsen is I think he's a top 5 quarterback in the game.
They have Chris Marshall on Boise State's roster. What's he
I couldn't
rated?
even tell. I ran the ball the entire time.
Shame.
No, I did have a good segue from between sex positions, getting my ass pushed in college football 26, but I completely forgot it. I don't know where the hell we were going with it, but yeah, it's going to be a Freaky Friday. There we go. How about that? Great segue.
Too bad I'm gonna miss it.
Will.
Nick's in, not Will, but.
Will, were you happening to when you were playing with Boise State? Were you toting the rock with Breezy Dubar?
Not with Breezy Dubar. I forgot about him completely.
Probably is that the best name in college football?
I can't even tell you who the starter is.
Hey, putting y'all on right now. This kid came out of Anna in the 2023 cycle. I guess hasn't played yet. Breezy Dubar, him. His real name is Jim Brez or Jim Breeze. I don't know. Everyone called him Breezy in high school. Went 10-6-3 on the track, member of the Freaks list, and his brother also plays in Minnesota. Was super productive in high school.
Did you say you ran a 10-600?
Yeah, he's breezy. Telling you what, if you're an SEC program every year and you need a running back, just go and try to get whoever Boise State is hosting on OVs. They do a great job with running backs. I mean, Genty is obviously a great example, but they recruit and scout running backs at an exceptional level. They really do. And I mean, hey, Breezy Dubar, next one up. So shout out to him. No, I've not played as a Utah yet. I don't know if this is a joke.
We got to do a TSU league.
I think we should. I think we should get it going.
Yeah, Wags, I wanted to ask you, is this like a random online dynasty, or are you playing with buddies?
Yeah, so Ty Henderson actually invited me to it. I thought it initially started out as like a Central Texas entertainment league, so people that were journalists or just broadcasters around Central Texas. It was supposed to be a way for us to build fan base and share content and shit like that. But people started dropping. I think I pissed a lot of people off, man. First week, right? Or no, week 0, I had to play Kansas State in Dublin, lost to Kansas State. So I was a little pissed off about that. And then week 1, Iowa State plays Northwestern, right? And it's on Heisman. And there's no fucking way that these guys are playing on Heisman. There's just they're not. They're beating the teams. They're beating the teams like 35-7, right? On Heisman. I'm playing on Heisman. I'm getting worked by Northwestern. Hansen gets injured like the third play of the game. My starting running back gets injured. Third play of the game, not just out for a quarter, out for the fucking season. All right. So I'm on tilt immediately. I ended up and you can see, like, when you do online seasons, you can see how many times you played the game, right? And I should have known that you can only play the game once, right? But I was so pissed off that I lost my halfback. I was already 0-1, and you can't lose to Northwestern. You just effing can't.
No,
you can't.
Do you know who Northwestern's quarterback is?
No,
a fucking bum, Preston Stone.
No, I don't know.
From SMU fame.
Yeah. By the way, if anyone was listening to the show last spring, when it was Jeff and I said at least 10 different times, Preston Stone is not the starter. I don't give a fuck what he did last year. Kevin Henry Jennings is the guy. And then week 1, they still started Preston Stone. He either almost lost to Nevada or they did lose to Nevada. I don't remember. And then the next week, he shit down his leg again, and Kevin Henry Jennings was given the reins. What'd he do? He took him to the CFP. and Preston Stone got relegated to Northwestern.
There it is.
Preston
Stone. Well, Preston
I have a
Stone
lot
get
of hate
relegated
for-
from Northwestern.
Huh?
Will Preston Stone get relegated from Northwestern to somewhere else?
I think he's out. I think he's
like
finished
a
with
private
eligibility
equity
after
firm.
this.
He's from North Dallas, went to Parish Episcopal, and then SMU. It was like the hometown kid. I remember SMU, they made a huge deal out of landing him, and that was the only places that he was going to. But as someone who was in the same exact cycle as him, 2021, not that I got recruited, but I know several other kids who did and a quarterback who did. The way him and his dad went about the process, did not make them look very good. So him being at Northwestern after being like the hometown SMU kid and all that is crazy how things work out. But hey, shout out Kevin from South Dallas.
Hey man, we'll work on that though. Not just a TSU college football dynasty league, but also will involve the community of TSU as well.
Yeah, let's do it.
They want to do it. All right, gents, I'm going to get out of your all's hair, man. Have a great show. Y'all be good.
Awesome. We will see you. Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Will Turboff. We will talk some recruiting stuff at some point in the show, but if you have any questions, comments, concerns, whatever, regarding recruiting, just drop it in the chat. We will hit on it. It has been fairly slow. Tuesday was a great day for the Horns. Brought Tyler Atkinson, number one linebacker in the country, as well as James Johnson, who is the number one D lineman in the state of Florida per the composite. I believe on 3 as him like the number 10 overall prospect, number one D lineman in the country.
Lineman in the country, that's right.
Which I do think is a little daring, but hey, I see the vision. I mean, 6'2.5", 290, has a 60-foot plus shot put, 82-inch wingspan, 34+ inch arms, 10+ inch hands. Like, this is an NFL player, an NFL draft pick, as long as he shows up to practice every day, does what's asked of him, stays out of trouble, and stays healthy. He's one of those guys that is just so easy to project to the draft based off the traits. So we'll see what he can do as a senior. He is playing for Miami Northwestern, which, folks down in South Florida hating on Teddy Bridgewater, hate to see it, but we'll see. He's playing for them this year. His first 3 years are at North Fort Myers. And he transferred, so excited.
Reigning state champions.
Sorry?
Miami Northwestern. Reigning state champions, Miami Northwestern.
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Teddy B won a state championship in his first year there, and they're trying to get rid of him. So I think he'll end up coaching. I've heard that things are kind of trending well for him to return because of, understandably so, the public backlash for this. Not wanting kids to walk through the projects on their way home from practice as I guess a criminal offense in the city of Miami's eyes.
It is also funny that they're like, oh my God, he's going to get suspended. And Bridgewater's like, they can't suspend me. I've volunteered this entire time.
Right.
You can't suspend a volunteer. I'll just go do it from the stands again. So I don't know. Those kids will be all right. They should be. And, I think anyone else in underprivileged or underserved communities, whatever you want to call it, would, quite literally kill for a Teddy Bridgewater type figure to come in and help him out. And I mean, he's done it for several years since he was at Louisville, since he went to Minnesota early in the draft. Like, he's consistently come back for his own neighborhood. So got a lot of respect for him for that. But I guess a few questions
we'll go ahead and get to some of these recruiting questions.
Because Derek Cooper is, to be honest with you, the only guy we can really talk about as of now. It is Thursday, July 17th. He will be announcing his commitment Sunday evening on the 20th on a live stream with 24/7 Sports. Texas, Miami, Georgia, I think Florida State, and Ohio State. Those are the top 5. The ones to know right now are Georgia, Texas, and I guess Miami and Ohio State to some degree, but the majority of the buzz is surrounded Georgia and Texas. Still feel good about the Longhorns' chances. Don't really have anything new to report on him besides, still feeling good. And again, want to clarify or I guess double down, regardless if the decision is Texas or not, they have to recruit him all the way until signing day. Because if he chooses Texas, I mean, this is a kid that lives within an hour of Miami's campus. That is something to be wary of. And I mean, Jamie French last year, none of the Florida schools were really involved for his commitment whenever he chose Texas. He obviously chooses Texas in August. Sunbelt Billy looks like he's going to get fired. Oh, wait, no, he's not. And they start rolling. They start, getting their NIL collective more together after that vote of confidence with Napier. And they weasel into some recruitments. They flip some. They end up getting French to campus. And he still turns them down. So I do think if Texas ends up landing Derek Cooper like we expect on Sunday, it will still be a long road ahead. And, I think I've said this like at least 5 times in the last week. Regardless of the decision is Texas or not, he still is going to officially visit Texas in the fall. All the other schools he already saw in OVs in the summer. So it is a good thing for Texas having that OV in the back pocket, regardless of what the decision is. So that's pretty much all I have for Derek Cooper. Will, I don't know if you have anything you want to add to that?
You kind of hit it on the head. We still, as you said, there's been confidence in Austin for about 2 weeks now. And it seems like that will not change in the next 3 days. But, South Florida prospect, you never really know until you know. So for now, we'll say, 75% maybe Texas in a recruitment for any other player or any other region in the country would probably be about 90%.
For sure.
You had a question, about Kennedy Brown. This is one that we've, both been able to cover a good amount. Went out to see him in Kingwood a couple months ago and, in his spring practices. Kennedy Brown, rightfully so, the number 1 offensive tackle in the country. There have been doubts about him and maybe some other tackles in this class are a little bit more ready than he is. But Kennedy Brown gets a full vote of confidence from my end. I think everything is there between the ears. I wouldn't say reserved kid, but definitely, unorthodox, not similar to a lot of these other blue chip recruits. And that will help him down the line. He's taking his recruitment in a way that reflects his upbringing. He is from the Midwest, but he's lived in Texas, so he wants to give a shot to schools from the Midwest. He wants to give a shot to schools in Texas, but this is a true national recruitment. I know Nebraska has stood out. I can't really think of some of the other teams. That's the one that he's mentioned the most. Texas has been out there a couple times. Kyle Flood went down to Kingwood before we did in May. And, obviously he will be close to, if not the number 1 target in the class for them. But, there are going to be a ton of contenders. And right now there's probably a dozen schools that have a legitimate chance for Kennedy Brown.
Yeah, definitely still early on for him. And, I have seen some Texas fans ask, and it is a good question, what makes him a left tackle as a 6'4", 280-pounder, but what makes John Turntine not a left tackle as a 6'3.5", about 270, 280-pounder? I don't know. He's still the weight's going up and down still. And the answer is because Kennedy Brown is longer and obviously slightly taller, and I think is also a better athlete. Now, I'm not trying to put down John Turntine. John Turntine is still, without question, a top 50, top 60 prospect in the country. One of the safer, more polished, more well-rounded offensive line prospects you'll find in the entire country. Just want to make that clear. Turntine is still a difference maker, a legit blue chip, whatever you want to call it. But with Kennedy Brown, it's just straight, 6'4", 280. He has a wingspan north of 7 feet, which is ridiculous. 11-inch hands, like 36.5-inch arms, and he also tests like a freak show as a 6'4", 280-pounder that is still 16, 17 years old. These things are not supposed to happen at this age, and they are with him because he's that, unique of a prospect, special of a prospect. And as far as his upbringing, almost positive he was born in Houston, lived there for a few years, then moved to Dallas, was in DFW for a few years, and then moved to Indiana, where he lived for like 4 or 5 years before moving back to Houston, I think, in like the 7th or 8th grade. Played sub-varsity as a freshman. I believe he did have an injury that cut his freshman season short in like week 2 because the Kingwood coaches, when we were there, said he would have been moved up and started on varsity by the end of his 9th grade year, but that's obviously not what happened because of the injury. So his sophomore year, he started at right tackle for them. We were talking about Northwestern earlier. Kingwood's starter at left tackle last year was a senior who actually ended up getting a late offer from Northwestern and signing with them. And he had been a 3-year starter, so they weren't going to unseat him for Kennedy Brown, who was the right tackle. And also, if I'm not mistaken, I think they might have had like a 2 QB thing where one of them was left-handed as well last season. So that's part of it, but he's going to be the left tackle starter for them this upcoming year. As far as the recruitment, you aced it. It is wide open. I think right now, you could name 10, 12, a dozen plus schools that you could look at and actually see him going there as of right now at this early stage. Now, a good thing for Texas, he competed at the Under Armour Future 50 event, which is held at IMG every year. It's basically, 40, 50 some kids from what will be the rising junior class. So like Samari Matthews competed at the event last year. And a lot of it is just like, the best way to describe it, it's like a 2 or 3 day like souped up Under Armour camp. They are doing testing, but since a lot of the kids already competed at the Under Armour camps to get the Future 50 invite, they sit out the testing. But there's a lot of competition. They obviously speak with media. And while he was there, everyone spoke with him. He's a top 5 prospect in the country. And he said several times, nobody's recruiting me harder than Kyle Flood in Texas is, which is, a big deal. Very rarely will you see Flood put that level of effort into a kid who's rising into his junior year of high school. In fact, Flood almost never really turns the heat on until like April or May of a kid's junior year, as far as contacting them every day. So I think that it is really telling of how Texas views him, prioritize him, and values him, even as a rising junior. And the thing with him too, it'll be a national recruitment. He's born, I guess, raised in Texas, but like it's not like he's like a Khalik Lockett who's lived in Dallas his whole life, who wants to stay home because he has reasons to stay home. It's where he's from. It's his home. It's not the same deal with Kennedy. So could genuinely see him going out of state. And also, like, he's already taken unofficial visits to Ohio State, Oregon, Clemson, Bama, Florida, you name it, Tennessee. He's seen a ton of schools already in unofficial visits as a sophomore. So whenever that happens, it usually tells you they're very comfortable with going out of state, and that, it'll probably be like Texas, Texas A&M, and then 4 other big-name out-of-state programs. So you're going to be exciting to track him this fall and through the spring, and would definitely be one of Texas's top targets going forward in the 27 cycle. So that's about all we had for recruiting. But again, if y'all have any questions, comments, anything you want us to answer, just drop it in the chat and we will get to it.
Jordan, before we went on the air today, there was a report, several reports actually, that the President of the United States is planning on signing an executive order to limit NIL money for players. So we haven't had a ton of time to actually, I'm sure this is the first you're hearing of it, and I haven't had a ton of time to look through this. But Front Office Sports reported this morning that he is actively working on an NIL order, which is expected to either establish NCAA-friendly rules to limit the earning potential of players, or at least establish a commission to investigate athlete compensation. So you may remember a couple months ago, I think we actually talked about it on the show a couple days ago, that there was supposed to be I believe it was going to be called like the College Football Commission, led by Cody Campbell of Texas Tech fame and Nick Saban. That went up in the air after about 2 or 3 days, and both guys kind of played it off as if it had been canceled. Maybe it's heading, back to actually happening. What this means for under the table payments, I think, will be very interesting when you have the federal government regulating it, not Deloitte. It's a whole different game. Patrick, there was something reported on Monday about the government saying, not actually saying, but, the reports that they were planning on doing this. I think this has come specifically from Trump's mouth now. This is what they're going to do. So that'll be something that we look at throughout the week. I think this is going to be.
Have fun lawyering up.
Yeah.
You're going to put a cap on how much these guys can earn. Good luck. I don't care if it's the president or who it is. Like, that will be a battle till the end with lawyers. So, man, there has never been a better time to be a lawyer in sports marketing, college sports, whatever you want to call it. They are printing money right now. But very interesting. Very curious to see where that goes. Speaking of Trump and some of that stuff, you watched the ESPYs last night?
I didn't get a chance to watch a second of it.
I didn't either. But
I saw some clips.
Oh, yeah. I watched a lot of clips. I saw Shane Gillis's monologue. I thought he killed it. I thought it was hilarious. I don't know what your thoughts were, or if anyone in the chat.
I saw a couple jokes. A couple of them were just recycled McDonald jokes, but I like Shane Gillis. He's good.
Yeah. He the one about you made up some girl's name, 4-time WNBA All-Star, and everyone just starts clapping. Like, holy crap, he really just did that. The Caitlin Clark Waffle House one, I saw him say that. I'm like, ooh, I don't know about that one, buddy. That one is not going to go over well. But I don't know. It's Shane Gillis. I assume he said worse things. And
yes.
Has gotten away with it thus far. But yeah. I don't know. The Purdue and Northwestern, they need to put that on Tubi.
Hey, man, Purdue's going to have a team this year. They've got Barry Odom now. Barry Odom's, I know, had some troubles at Arkansas, but saw what he just did at UNLV, and I think Purdue will no longer be the laughingstock of the Big Ten come maybe a year or two from now.
Yep. Real quick, gonna hit on this. You know what's out? The new Bud Elliott blue chip ratio's out. Oh yeah, as of this morning. If you don't know what the blue chip ratio is, well, using the composite, the percentage of 4- and 5-star players each program has on the roster. It is capped at scholarship players only. If it's a former walk-on who earned a scholarship, it does not count. So Michael Taft does not count, which is kind of interesting, but I mean, it makes sense. And transfers are also not, accounted for in this as well. But these are the blue chip ratio of the last however many national champions there are. Ohio State was 90%, Michigan in 23, 54%, Georgia in 22, 77%, the Dogs in 2021, 80. In 2020, led by Sark and Saban and Mac Jones, Bama was at 83%. LSU was at 64, and they won it with Joe Beasley. The year before, Clemson in 2018 was at 61. Alabama in 2017 was at 80%, Clemson in 2016 at 52%. 2015, Bama at 77, and then 2014, Ohio State at 68. Florida State, led by Jimbo Fisher, big game Jimbo, at 53%. And then Bama in 2012, 71%. Bama in 2011, 71%. So the lowest percentage of a national championship winner in recent years is Clemson in 2016 at 51%. Was also, to be honest with you, kind of surprised that LSU's natty was only 64 as well. Thought it'd be higher, but I think also part of that is because I feel like if you were to go through each state and analyze the percentage of 3-stars that end up getting drafted, like LSU has to have the highest percentage. I do know they have the highest percentage of like players drafted per population or however many people live there. And I assume that lines up with that. It's also interesting that Ohio State has the highest percentage on here at 90%, especially since it's not counting transfers. Here is what it looks like in 2025. Bama and Ohio State are tied at the top, 89% blue chip ratio. Georgia's in third, 84%. A&M is in fourth, 82%. Oregon's at 78% in fifth, tied with Texas. Apologies for fourth is Oregon and Texas. LSU at 73, Notre Dame at 73, OU at 70, Penn State at 68, Miami at 64, Florida at 64, Auburn at 64. Michigan and SC are tied at 57, Clemson at 55, Tennessee at 54, and Florida State at 54. 9 teams in the SEC have a blue chip ratio of over 50%, and ACC has 3. Big 12 doesn't even have 1, and the Big 10 has 5. So I thought that was interesting. And this is what it looks like with transfers added in. Texas is in 5th place instead of being tied for 4th with transfers baked in. Ohio State's at 82%, Bama's at 78%, Georgia at 77%, Oregon at 73%, Texas at 72%. So some interesting notes. But yeah, shout out to Bud Elliott and the blue chip ratio. It's actually in the college football 26 game. First one there in 25. And you can use that in Dynasty. I believe that's actually like what has to do with like is it your championship contender grade?
I think, yeah, it's something like that. Or
got it.
School prestige or something. Patrick had another question. I'm gonna guess Florida State. Florida State, Arkansas, and LSU would be my three. I think Florida State clips 10 players. If you include players that were going to end up at Texas, I think Texas would be pretty high up there, given some of the transfer portal additions and some of the high school guys, because I think it ended up being about 7 or 8. And then obviously you got a couple guys that were on the team this year. It seems like every single one of them is going to play in the MLB, and none of them are going to return to Texas. So kind of interesting there. But Patrick, it seems like so Texas all time. Okay, I wasn't sure if you were talking about this year or all time. I did know that Texas had the most all time.
Yeah, same here. Totally knew that. For those who don't know, 24/7 Sports updated its rankings yesterday. It was more of a tweak than a full rankings update. But in the update, Diabell went from the number 24 overall prospect, number 5 quarterback, to the number 10 overall prospect, number 3 quarterback, behind only Faison Brandon, who's the number 1 overall prospect, and Keyshawn Henderson, who's the number 2 QB, number 2 overall prospect, headed to Houston. So I think pretty good stuff. I'm sure people will complain that 24/7 is still lower on him than any other site. They have him 10 overall, whoop-de-woo.
He's actually, higher in our rankings than he is the composite now, too.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah, this is how I feel about Jermaine Bishop. And Jermaine Bishop is in the 270s and on 3. Are we watching the same Jermaine Bishop? I wonder if they know that he's 4 games away from being the all-time leading receiver in the Houston metro area.
I'm sure they know.
I don't know.
There's been some times, we've seen where guys are very highly rated over other players by one side, not by the other, and time tells.
Does anyone remember when On 3 had Samaje Burrell ranked higher than Anthony Hill for 2.5 years? I do. They had Anthony Hill finish in the 50s and 60s. What are we doing? I'm going to be the first linebacker selected in the draft in April. Yeah, I get it. Richard Wesley, we have him 34, 35 in the country. So, pretty damn close to being a 5-star, but also you got to remember he reclassed. And thus far, players who have reclassed do not have a great hit rate at panning out usually. Ryan Williams is an exception. But Quinn Ewers is a great example of what I'm talking about, and there will be other examples of that as well. So curious how Mark Bowman and Xavier Crowell, all these guys who reclassed from 27 to 26, do to change that narrative. It'll be very interesting.
Jordan, I have a question for you. Play a little bit of the rankings game. What percentage of quarterbacks that rank within the top 247 this cycle do you think are going to the SEC and Big Ten?
How many QBs are in the top 247? 15. Okay. So Fett and Henderson are 2 going to the Big 12. Faison Bryant and Diabell are going to SEC. Ryder Lyons is going to the Big 12. I don't know.
Ballpark.
Of the SEC's percentage?
Of the field's percentage. SEC and Big Ten.
SEC and Big Ten, I'd say they have somewhere between 55, 65.
It's exactly 66.6%. 5 quarterbacks are going. So you've got Ryder Lyons at 5, going to BYU. You've got Travis Burgess at 7, going to UNC. Jake Fetty at 9, going to Arizona State. Oscar Rios at 11, going to Arizona. And that's it. You go down the list. Faison Brandon at Tennessee. Keyshawn at I missed that. Keyshawn going to University of Houston. Jared Curtis at Georgia. We already mentioned Ryder Lyons. Landon Duckworth between South Carolina and Ole Miss, but that's going to be South Carolina.
Yeah.
Burgess at North Carolina. Bo Bentley at Oklahoma. Fetty, Arizona State. Jet Tomla out of Omaha, Nebraska for the Roll Tide. in Tuscaloosa. Jonas Williams, who could end up being rated a little bit higher. I'm personally higher on him.
7-on-7 demon.
Than the scouts are. Jonas Williams, the USC commit out of Frankfort, Illinois. Peyton Falzone out of Nazareth, Pennsylvania. Choosing Auburn over Penn State. And then Brace Miguel at Michigan and Troy Hunt at Penn State.
I'm very down on Brady Schmiegel. I don't know. Unless you're like Bryce Underwood, if you go to Michigan or Notre Dame, you really got to show me something because those teams do a horrific job of quarterback scouting. They just do. Like, tell me a successful quarterback in the last 4 or 5 years that has had success in the NFL. Sam Hartman is not. Riley Leonard will not. He needs to learn how to play tight end. And then at Michigan, J.J. McCarthy is the exception, I guess.
It's a pretty big exception.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, he is, I believe, like the highest ranked prospect they landed in the Harbaugh era, not named Rashawn Gary. He's up there at least in top 10 because he was a 5-star out of IMG. But I don't know. The quarterback class is very interesting because, I mean, like Keyshawn Henderson is, I think, an NFL player, receiver, or safety. But he's dead set on playing QB. I get it, man. I get it. You're the number 2 player in the country as a QB. So I'm fascinated to see how it'll be with him at Houston. Sean Bellis is quarterback coach, which kind of blows my mind. I covered Baylor when Sean Bell was the QB's coach there. But hey, man, Willie Fritz, they got some good playmakers coming. Paris Melvin, Jaden Warren, a few other dudes. Like they're going to be all right. I'm very excited to see them in the Big 12. And I'm very curious how the timeline is going to line up with Connor Wigman. Because I highly doubt he'll be good enough this year to go to the draft after 1 year. And at the same time, with what they have invested in Keyshawn, they're going to be paying him more as a freshman than they would with Wigman, who will be in year 4, year 5 in 2026. So it's going to be interesting.
Jordan, you said that you thought that J.J. McCarthy was the highest rated prospect other than Rashawn Gary to sign with Michigan in the Harbaugh era. There are 3 more. I believe all 3 are playing. I know for sure that 2 are playing in the NFL. I'm pretty sure that all 3 are. Class of 2019, 17, and 22. Do you think you can name them?
Okay, one of them is Rashawn Gary. One of them is
apart from Rashawn Gary.
Yeah. One of them is their they had that DB that went both ways that went to New York for the Heisman ceremony but didn't win it, and the Giants drafted him, right?
Daxton Hill, yeah.
What?
Are you talking about Daxton Hill or are you talking about Jabril Peppers?
I was talking about Peppers.
Yeah, Jabril Peppers, I believe, was not a Harbaugh recruit.
Oh. Why am I tripping? I don't know. Just give me the names.
The names are Daxton Hill, Donovan Peoples-Jones, and Will Johnson.
I should have got Will Johnson. Donovan Peoples-Jones, I would not have guessed. But yeah.
Name it if you can finish this question. We would love to talk about it.
Yeah, does Wigman puke this season? I don't know. Do you think Willie Fritz gave him his shoes back?
I think he gave him his shoes back.
I think,
and I've said it for months, I think Connor Wigman is going to have a ton of success at Houston, but he has a one-year rental. He could have played another school. I do think Wigman's a guy that could find himself back in the SEC after this year, but I don't think he's draft projectable. Just does not have complete tape at all.
Yeah, we'll see. I wonder if he gets the does anyone remember last offseason? Or it might have been the offseason before. When everyone was hyping
Venables was there?
What?
When he had his famous Oh Hell Nah clip.
Oh, no. I'm talking about the offseason going into the 2023 season when Donovan Smith, is that his name? It was the black QB for UH who started his career at Tech. His name was Donovan something.
Yes.
And he was like PFF was putting these dumbass graphics out like he could be a day 1 draft pick. It's like, yo, we got to stop looking at PFF grades and just start watching actual football sometimes. And he went undrafted and is now out of eligibility. So crazy with that one. But I don't know. Going to be interesting to watch them this fall. J.J. McCarthy still has to show it in the NFL. Great point. He's supposed to be the Vikings starter, no?
I believe they have signed someone else. I think he's competing. No, that's right. They didn't. They were going out for Aaron Rodgers. So I feel like I'm missing someone, though. I feel like they ended up getting a quarterback.
Yeah. Okay, I think I am correct. It was Donovan Smith. It was Donovan something. His last name's escaped.
Yeah. So the Vikings, they signed Sam Howell, or they traded for him. You know, he went to Seattle, and then Seattle traded for him, and as they got Darnold. But I would assume J.J. McCarthy is a start. I'm a huge Sam Howell truther. And I think one day he will get a shine in the NFL.
Yeah, if he ever does, it's because if he ever does, it is because something like what happened with Sam Darnold happens with
him. Sam Darnold just needed his time, and
he needed
that's a little bit before you and I know each other. But I was huge on Sam Darnold at 13 years old when he came out in the draft. I had a feeling that was going to be the guy. I thought he was going to be the one to kind of end the Brady dynasty, but he played for the Jets, so that was never going to happen. Here we go from Naaman. Jordan and Will, I believe that we are more equipped at receiver than last year because heading into 2024, we were depending on all transfers to deliver. This is, I think this is a really interesting take because you're not saying that we're better receiver. You're saying that more equipped. I assume that you're saying we're more equipped than what we felt like we were a season ago. I think you can answer that question in a couple different ways, or that statement. Yes, there were question marks around Golden, around Bolden, in terms of how they would fit into the offense. Golden was kind of a sure thing, and someone from the start that thought, he'll probably only be a one-year guy in Austin, and he made that clear pretty early on with some of those performances. And then Bolden did exactly what they needed him to. Maybe a little bit better in the punt return game would have helped out, but punt teams returning and kicking were not great for Texas in 24. I'm not sure if they're better equipped. I do think that you have probably a better wide receiver one than you did, like a clear wide receiver one in Ryan Wingo, and a guy that can go out and get you 100 yards in any game. And then you have DeAndre Moore, who made huge improvements, in his last year. And then you've got three freshmen that could all see the field. Oh, and I forgot about Parker Livingstone. So this is a receiver room that's truly 6 men deep, and 6 men that I think could start any given game.
Yeah. I think, how should I phrase this? Like, Texas's 3 starting receivers, top to bottom, will be a better group than Texas's 3 starting receivers last year. And I mean, this is much easier to say since Isaiah Bond was a total disappointment. It would have been hard to predict that. I don't think anyone was predicting the season he had in 2024 at the beginning of the year. But I mean, Golden was the first receiver selected in the draft, not named Ted McMillan or I guess Travis Hunter if you count him too. That means something, man. He's a first-round pick for a reason. And I think Wingo has that ceiling. I think DeAndre Moore is an NFL draft pick, not a day one, though. You have Moore coming back, who is the most experienced receiver on the team. You brought in Emmett Mosley, who I think is very talented, led Stanford in receptions, reception yards, and reception touchdowns. As a true freshman last year. And then you got Wingo, like I said. So those 3, I think, like the difference between the best receiver on the field and the third best receiver on the field is a lot closer than it was last year with the 3 starting receivers, if that makes sense. And then, like you said, you have Livingstone, first guy off the bench. He'll come in for Wingo or Mosley if they need, a sub out wide. And then in the slot, DeAndre Moore his backup will kind of be a mix of Mosley, who primarily played in the slot for Stanford last year, and Dalen McCutcheon, who I expect to play in more than 4 games this year. So, and then, hey, you got Khalil Lockett, Jamie French. I think they'll have a shot to not redshirt. Still got Aaron Butler in there somewhere. He needs, to continue earning his keep. And then Michael Terry at this point, unless he's going to play special teams, I fully expect Michael Terry to redshirt. They got him in the slot. He's behind DeAndre Moore, somewhat Mosley, and then Dalen McCutcheon. He just has bodies in front of him. So, I don't know. Michael Terry fascinates me. I do think he was a really good high school player, and he was playing, I guess, like decent competition. It was 5A, but San Antonio's relatively weak in a lot of those districts. They're blown out a lot of opponents, and I do think I see why Sarkisian and his staff are interested, but like a 6'3", 210-pounder that can run 10.81, but can't really be a tight end and not, blazing fast to be like a true X receiver. It's what is the role here, So I'm very curious to see what Michael Terry turns into and what his playing time will look like going forward, because I think he is one of those guys you have to specifically draw stuff up for. So we'll see.
I've got another one here. Jordan Will, Texas currently has five stars. Diabell, Richard Wesley, or five. They currently have 5 stars. Diabell, Richard Wesley, and Tyler Atkinson. How many 5 stars do you both think that Texas ends with? If you go by the composite, I don't think that Jermaine Bishop will end up being a 5-star prospect because it is weighed down so heavily by the ranking that Jordan mentioned a little bit earlier on, that he is in the high 200s on another site. So I think it's pretty improbable that he ends up as a composite 5-star. I do think that Trenton Henderson does, and I also think that James Johnson has a very good chance too. So does Texas flip Trenton Henderson? It really all comes down to, in my eyes, it's not going to be it's going to be more clear cut that it will come down to Brian Kelly's status in Baton Rouge. And even if it's not Florida, even if it's not LSU, I think it could be Florida. There was a ton of buzz around Florida in the days leading up to his commitment before LSU kind of took over. So I don't really think he ends up in the class, but I do think Texas could add one more 5-star in term. Derek Cooper being one. See where he kind of finishes in the composite. But for now, I would say 4, maybe 5 with James Johnson.
Yeah. A lot of it will depend on other sites' rankings. I do think, I'm not trying to downplay the job that Cody Belair and Charles Power and On3 do, but they are much more aggressive, I guess, in taking their shots. Like James Johnson being the number 10 player in the country for them and being outside the top 80 for everyone else. Like, you will see those types of things with On3, or I guess not rivals, more than you will with an ESPN or 24/7. They're going to be more aggressive in taking those shots. But when you do that and it comes time for the final update, there can be a kid who at one point was a top 50 prospect in the country that's finishing outside their top 300 or whatever. So they're aggressive with the rankings, moving guys up or down. So I do think that a lot of it is probably going to depend on them, because the way the composite works, which is what the team rankings are made of and what the blue chip ratio and what pretty much everyone goes off of. It's 50% our ranking at 24/7 Sports, and then 25% On3's, 25% ESPN's. So their rankings mean more than they did in the past as far as the composite, because whenever there was 4 recruiting companies instead of the 3 that there are now, it was 50% 24/7, and then like 16.66 ESPN, 16.66 On3, 16.66 rivals. So the other sites, now that there's less of them, have more of an effect on the rankings now. So I do think some of it will depend on On3. Like players like Tyler Atkinson, Diabell, Jermaine Bishop, I can tell you right now, confidence, they're going to stay in 5-star range, going into the update, and they'll come out of the final update as 5 stars. I can tell you that. But I can't tell you about the other sites. So the composite 5 stars will depend on them.
I have another one here from Naaman. I hate to think too far into the future, but it's 2026. I'm assuming you're still on the receivers here, will be young, but the most talented ever, with Arch possibly staying. We're going to go ahead and say it. We've said it on the show before. 99% chance that Arch Manning is playing for the Texas Longhorns in 2026. That has been the plan for as long as we can remember, that he would play 4 years or be in Austin for 4 years. Unless Texas wins the national championship and he wins the Heisman, he's the projected first overall pick, and the New Orleans Saints have the first pick, I don't think he's going to the NFL. In 2026, you're going to have a third year of Ryan Wingo. You may have DeAndre Moore, and then you're going to have year 2 of all of the freshman receivers. Now you'll still have Emmett Mosley too. So it's going to be an extremely deep and really not that young of a receiver. When you look at who's kind of Naaman talking about the entire team. That's even better. Yes, it will be young. Texas is going to lose Anthony Hill to the draft. They're going to lose Malik Muhammad to the draft.
Mookie.
They're going to lose Mookie to the draft. It's going to be in positions where there's already some need. We've seen that they're, aggressive with the linebackers. Tyler Atkinson will be there, and he will play as a freshman. And you'll also have year 3 of Ty Anthony Smith, and you might have, year 4 of Leonga Lafau. So that is those 3 together, man. That's a dangerous room, and that if by the end of the season of Tyler Atkinson's freshman year, that could go down as one of the best, one of the best linebacker corps in the country, and one of the best probably in Texas history. Patrick says, so what are you saying? The offense is going to be deep. The offense is going to be extremely deep. You look at wide receivers I already mentioned. The offensive line will be older. Gooseby will probably be in the draft, and Texas, as we have expected for a long time, will have to figure out left tackle once the season ends, unless Brandon Baker just shows out and at right tackle. But we both don't think he's projectable left, and they'll really have to look. Texas has not had an open left tackle spot in the Sarkisian era. There's been plans from the time he was there, and this will kind of be the first. It's a lottery. Like if you're an top offensive tackle dingbat going in the portal, and maybe kind of on the side of weary of going in the portal, and then that Texas left tackle spot opens, I'll tell you what, right now it's going to be Texas is going to pay, not going to say out the ass, but they're going to pay a whole lot for a left tackle come December or January. And then, running back room, Trey Weiser may be there, but we'll just kind of have to see what his season looks like. Same goes with Baxter. We talked about on the show before, things could go a ton of different ways with Tim. That could kind of shake up where he plays in 2026. But you will very likely have Jarrett Gibson. You'll still have Christian Clark, and people have been so excited about Christian Clark and the way that he recovered from his major leg injury that was kind of overshadowed by the Baxter injury. And then, year 2 of James Simon and Ricky Stewart to an extent. And then, you very well may have Derek Cooper in that class too.
Yeah, that is true. I think you're also forgetting Colin Simmons will be in year 3.
Yeah, I was going through the offense first, but yes.
So. And
Jonah Williams in his second year. So.
Yes, sir. Probably a starter at safety or nickel. I don't know. He'll be starting somewhere by year 2. I kept him at linebacker in my dynasty because I basically pulled a Nansen and couldn't land anyone worth a fuck in 2020, whatever my first recruiting class was. I didn't get an Atkinson type dude, and no one in the portal wanted to come play linebacker for me. So like Leonga Lafau and Ty Anthony Smith and Jonah Williams are the only 3 linebackers that see the field for me. And like by quarter 4, I'm getting run all over because I don't have anyone I can sub in worth a damn. So,
Jake said, seems like Bo Barnes is almost kind of being forgotten. I'm not completely forgetting about him, but I do think that, and this is all kind of dependent on Leonga Lafau playing in 2026. Like, I don't think he will be
he's a
4-year player, but he's probably a 4-year player. And he's someone that could get developed enough to be a draft pick, in 2027. And I can't, I've sung praises about Ty Anthony Smith for a long time now, and I don't really see a situation where he's not starting at some point in his Texas career. If Bo Barnes is on his level, come the end of the 25 season and throughout the 26 off season, that's a different question. But at this point in time, I'm going to say that, Leonga Lafau will be the almost guaranteed number 1 spot at linebacker. And then you'll get to Ty Anthony. And then the decision will come. Do you want to play Tyler Atkinson every game? Is he a starter from day 1? Or do you want to start out with Bo Barnes? I would lean towards Tyler Atkinson.
So 26, Leonga, Ty Anthony Smith, Brad Spence, who's a year 4 player. He's a negative wingspan. And then Barnes, Atkinson, Kosi, I'm not expecting him to play much year 1. He just needs to be spun up and really learn the position. They'll find a way for him on special teams, though, no matter what. But yeah, I think that's a good 5-man rotation. Ty Anthony Smith, Leonga, Bo Barnes, Atkinson and Spence. Spence could also, I guess, be used as an edge in some packages. He graded out the highest at Arkansas when he was rushing off the edge. And I've said it multiple times, but originally in high school, he was kind of a Kosiak Paula type prospect where he was primarily playing edge. He never played off-ball backer, and then he got to Arkansas, and they had to teach him that position, and he ended up starting by the end of his true freshman year. So shout out to Arkansas. They developed Spence into an off-ball backer for Texas. But, yeah, really solid group right there. I think without doubt the most important thing, and honestly, if I was Texas, I would probably say, like, hey, screw this 2026 left tackle. We're going to go pay someone out the ass in the portal, and we're going to start tampering right now. That's what I would do because Diabell's very talented. So is KJ Lacey-Trail. And with what Arch Manning is, you don't know the next time you have someone at that level quarterbacking your team. And if it's his senior year, his fourth and final year in Austin in 2026, like we expect, you cannot have Nick Brooks as the left tackle starter unless he is shown time and time again in practice that he can consistently beat dudes like a Colin Simmons level or a Lance Jackson level or name whoever, because that is who he is facing damn near every other Saturday in the SEC in 2026 as a redshirt freshman or sophomore. And you do not want the franchise, Arch Manning, and the season depending on a second-year Nick Brooks, a 19, 20-year-old Nick Brooks, holding up at a position at left tackle when he projects much better to the right side. So I do think at this point there's not a kid in 2026 who could come in and start day one at left tackle and hold it down, or at least to like the level Kelvin Banks did, because that is very hard to do. It's unrealistic. It's only happened once before. It probably won't happen again, or at least anytime soon. So going and getting I'm trying to think of like the top tackles in the portal these last few years. And Isaiah World, who Oregon got out of Nevada, maybe even a Howard Sampson, who Texas Tech got from North Carolina. He's a little bit more of a right tackle though, or even like a Lance Hurd, who Tennessee got from LSU. I think they're going to need someone like that because again, like you don't know the next time you have a quarterback of that level, of that talent level, that has a championship window like that, and it could potentially close after 2026. But you do not want it to close during 2026 because of your left tackle. So if I was at Texas right now, I would be making calls and tampering for a tackle, and they will go in the portal in November or December. I would start working on that right now. So I think that'll be interesting. And yes, Spence has 2 more years of eligibility. And like I said, I have heard from reliable source he has either like this wingspan's exact same as height or it's a little shorter. And in the NFL, at the linebacker position, besides the shuttle and 40, like the most important thing is wingspan. So, and that's why I'm very curious to see where Torian York ends up, because he's undersized. I love the kid, but has never been a great tester, and he's not going to have like a +3 wingspan. So, curious to how that'll, determine him coming back to A&M or going into the draft, because he's fully expecting to leave for the draft after this season. So, will be interesting. Yeah, man. Bo Barnes, shout out to him. I also think part of why that some people are forgetting about him or aren't giving him the love he deserves, the way he handled his recruitment. I know Coach Top is in here. He can vouch. He was around for that one. He's a Skyline alum. But the way he handled his recruitment, he committed early. He drove all the way down to Texas in April so he could commit to Sark in person, and he did it. And shout out to him and his family. They sent us the video. We got to post it first. So I definitely remember that. Great kid. Always went about it a great way. I remember I met him his freshman year because Baylor was like his third offer. And he had these like color contacts in, like on his eyes. And we had a running joke for like the next few years. I'd always see him and ask him where his contacts were. And like he'd start like blushing and getting embarrassed. Just a little riff. But we always joked, hey, when you come into Texas, because Anthony Wheeler was his linebackers coach, former Longhorn linebacker, and there's also another former Longhorn football player on staff, just blanking on the name. But Texas is always where he's going. I think Turbo and I could have replaced Johnny Nansen and still got the kid just because he always wanted to be there. And because there was no drama around it, it wasn't really dragged out. I think a lot of people forgot about him, and also like he played at a high school that never won more than I think 3 or 4 games in a season. So there's a lot of different reasons why I think it's been more quiet around him than it should be. And I mean, outside of visiting Oregon very late in the cycle, like never showed any signs of wavering on his commitment either. So shout out to Bo Barnes.
I think that's about it. It's 11:04 here. Nick will be on tomorrow, but we expect that when I come back, or Jordan will also be off next week. I will have a ton of guests on next week. Hopefully one regarding the Derek Cooper recruitment, as he will be committed by the time that I'm back on Monday. So I will see you then for a full week of Will Turboff and Friends.
Yes, sir. Well, we'll see y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a great one. Have a great Thursday. Up next, our friends at SEC Unfiltered give their recap from day 3 of SEC Media Days in Atlanta, including some thoughts on if Oklahoma has closed the gap on Texas and if Alabama is a legit contender in 2025. And then back at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay, they'll be on the live stream, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. Like he said, we'll see you tomorrow. It'll be Nick and I, and Turbo will see you again on Monday. Peace, y'all. Thanks for tuning in.